with the different exhibitors throughout the day. So yeah, if anyone is live, and is there a chat function on here? I'm not sure. I don't think so. It would be really interesting to know where you're joining us from. And yeah, just sit back, relax for a couple of minutes, and we will get going in a couple of minutes' time. For anyone that's just joined us, I can see now there's a few more people live. Very warm welcome to ISTF. My name is James Meads. I'm going to be your host and moderator throughout the day. Very warm welcome. Hope you're doing well. If you're grabbing your morning coffee and just getting online, we're just going to wait until 5 past, and then we'll get started with a few words from me to introduce the fair and what you can expect from today's virtual trade show, and also give you a little bit of a guided tour around the platform so as you can find the suppliers that you want to look for and understand where to find everybody and what different exhibitors are out there throughout the interface. So yeah, just going to give another couple more minutes, and then we will get started. I guess we've got people from all over Europe joining. I don't know what the weather's like where you are, but here it's not too bad. I'm based in Sofia, Bulgaria, and yeah, last week we had first snow of the winter, but today it's damp, and we're definitely in plus degrees territory, which I guess has its pros and cons. It doesn't feel quite as much like Christmas as when there's snow on the ground, but it's also nice not to freeze on the way into the office or to the supermarket or wherever. So yeah, I can see there's a couple more people joined. Excellent. Okay, let's make a start. I can see we've got 15 people online now, so that's enough for a game of football and some substitutes. So, good morning wherever you are in the world, or good afternoon, good evening if anyone's calling in from anywhere outside of Europe. My name is James Meads. I'm going to be your host and moderator for the day. And yeah, big thanks first of all to the guys from Procurement Flow for putting on such an amazing event. we were looking through the platform yesterday when we were doing a bit of a dry run, and it really looks awesome what they've managed to create here as a virtual trade fair. It's not easy in these times to put these things together and sort of try and recreate some of the atmosphere of an in-person conference. So a big thumbs up to the procurement flow team for all of the hard work that they've done in the background to make this work and to be such a successful event with so many great companies who have signed up. We have over 100 live exhibitors, and we also have many other suppliers that have registered in the platform but aren't actually live today. And we've concentrated on 4 different sectors, which we will do a bit of a tour through the platform in a few minutes' time. They are engineered and manufactured parts, energy solutions, innovative raw materials, and digital manufacturing solutions. So we've both got service providers as well as subcontractors and materials and equipment suppliers too. So a real mix of a whole different spectrum of exhibitors that we've got for you today on the platform. So I guess the obvious question is, if you're maybe a buyer that's thinking of sourcing from Central or Eastern Europe, why is it a great region to source from? And I was really honored when the guys asked me to host this, because as someone you can probably tell with who's originally from the UK and who now lives in Eastern Europe and lives here by choice, I actually think it's a great region both to live and to do business in. But let's focus on the business reasons in terms of why it's a great region to source from in terms of the supply base. So reason number 1 is sustainability. This is a big topic at the moment. A lot is being spoken about it, and especially larger corporate organizations going into 2021, once COVID-19 starts to subside, the trend is going to be a huge push towards more sustainable supply chains. And that's not just because of COVID and some of the supply chain weaknesses that has exposed, but just a general appreciation that supply chains have become too complex and too long. And if we're going to cut greenhouse gas emissions, one of the ways that we can do that is through having a simpler, or at least closer to home, supply chain. And what maybe you don't know is that there's a lot of press out there around emissions from transport, especially from private cars and from energy. But one of the biggest contributing factors towards global warming, and one of the dirtiest forms of transportation, is actually shipping. And obviously, if you're importing goods or raw materials from the Far East or from other parts of the world, shipping is a major factor when it comes to environmental pollution. So if you are able to source your goods from Eastern Europe and have a much shorter supply chain that in most cases, I guess, is going to go pretty much 100% by road, with maybe a little bit of sea freight if you're in maybe the UK or in Scandinavia and you've got to make a short ferry journey. But generally speaking, if we're sourcing goods and services from Central and Eastern Europe, there's going to be a lot less shipping involved. The second one is around risk. And risk has been very, very big on the agenda this year too, because of COVID and the obvious reduction in supply chain risk that you have if you're sourcing from CEE is that you have much, much shorter lead times. If you're reliant on bringing something by ship from China or from India or from Vietnam or somewhere else in Southeast Asia, you're going to typically have probably a 6-week end-to-end, door-to-door, factory-to-factory shipping time, including customs and the time that it's waiting at the port. Whereas if you're sourcing from Central and Eastern Europe, that time frame reduces to about a week, depending on where you're bringing it from. But even with the longest sort of supply chain, somewhere like Estonia or Turkey to the UK, it's still only going to be on average about a week. The next one is budget. And with budget, I mean stability of budget. That's not necessarily cost per piece of buying something. But I'm talking about stability of being able to predict what your logistics costs are going to be. If you have a supplier in Asia that drops the ball and is not able to deliver on time, then that pretty much drops you into a sticky situation where you're going to have very, very high costs with air freight if you're having to bring product over to enable you to have a stable pipeline of inventory. Whereas if there are delivery days in Eastern Europe, then the consequences of that from a cost perspective are much, much milder. Yes, you may have to pay for emergency transport. You may have to pay for a 2-driver solution with your trucking company to make sure that you get the goods faster than on standard transport. But it's not such a stark difference between the cost of ocean freight, which is relatively cheap, and air freight, which is extraordinarily expensive in most cases, especially if you're importing something that's heavy or bulky. The other one is inventory. If your lead times are shorter and your supply chain is much more stable, you're going to be holding typically less inventory. Inventory means cash, so you're freeing up cash through not having to hold as much product in your warehouse or in your storeroom, and that obviously then impacts on your balance sheet. Leading on to that, cash flow is also another advantage. By this, I mean generally talking about payment terms. So if you're using Asian suppliers, then you will often have payment terms, whether it's 60 days or 30 days from bill of lading. You're not having to tie up cash with letters of credit. If you've got letters of credit within your term, Chinese or Indian, it's very, very common, for example. And that obviously, if there's any CFOs listening, impacts positively your DPO, your days payable outstanding, and ultimately then your cash flow. Culture is another one. And this one is often not talked about, but it is a huge factor, especially when it comes to, for example, urgency. European culture generally treats urgent requests with urgency. Some other cultures in the world maybe don't so much. I speak of this from experience, having spent some of my career dealing with a lot of suppliers in Africa, and that's definitely a problem. So it's not one to just dismiss and think of lightly. Having a supplier that is culturally on the same wavelength as you are is a big plus, because it takes away a lot of ambiguity or a lot of unknown factors out of the relationship. And on that subject of culture, contractual culture is another big one as well. Anyone that's dealt with suppliers in the Far East will know that it's very, very difficult to enforce the terms of the contract. And that's not just an NDA. Typically we think of suppliers in China and intellectual property, but I'm not talking about that necessarily. I'm talking about, generally speaking, if you have a contractual dispute with a supplier, it's very, very difficult to impose the terms of the contract when they are outside of your jurisdiction. So if you're working to law in a European country, EU law dictates a lot of that, and influences a lot of the contractual terminology. If you're trying to take a Chinese or an Indian supplier to court for breach of contract, then good luck with that, because it's going to be a big challenge. In Europe, you don't have that issue. And if you do have contractual disputes, then there is usually a very well accepted step or process of arbitration that you can go down, and very easy to align on which jurisdiction or which arbitration court or arbitration institution that you put into your contract terms. Next is quality. So another great reason to source in Central and Eastern Europe is quality. And that's not to say that quality is higher in this part of the world than it is in other parts of the world. You have world-class suppliers everywhere. But my point is that if you have a quality problem, then it's much, much easier to fix it than if you've got suppliers that are on the other side of the world. And yes, virtual meetings and and in situ demonstrations and issue resolution, which is one of the presentations actually that we've got from one of our featured exhibitors later, does go some way to be able to solve those issues. But just like the example with Zara, who I guess everyone has heard of, the Spanish clothes chain, they source pretty much all of their goods, all of their garments with suppliers that are within easy reach of Europe. They were famously well known for having a supply chain that is very, very short. So they use a lot of suppliers, for example, in Egypt and in Turkey, as opposed to traditional manufacturers of clothing, which are often in places like Bangladesh or Vietnam or other Indonesia, other Far Eastern countries. And that enables them not only to get to market faster, but also to resolve any quality or any supply issues much, much quicker. Cost is an obvious one. When I talk about cost, I talk about total cost. So often the invisible costs in managing a relationship with a supplier that is on the other side of the world are around logistical issues, any unforeseen air freights or special transport, any delays to shipments because of things getting stuck in customs, any damages that happen when something is in a shipping container or in transit, and also the cost of maybe sending your supplier quality engineers out to these factories in Asia or in Latin America or wherever your suppliers may be. These people have travel costs and they have expenses when they're out there. If you can cover that in a 2 or 3 day trip by just sending someone out to Eastern Europe rather than halfway across the world, that is an invisible cost. It may be booked against a different cost center, maybe not going against manufacturing, but it is, when you look at total cost of operation, a huge factor. And likewise, there is obviously, in most cases, a price benefit to source from Eastern Europe compared to sourcing from traditional Western European markets like UK, Germany, Netherlands, and Scandinavia. So cost on both sides of the coin is definitely an advantage here. And on the subject of cost, we've also got the currency factor as well, that, again, you're not going to have unforeseen fluctuations in cost because of unstable currencies. While not every country in Central or Eastern Europe uses the euro, the ones that don't track the euro very closely, they may be not pegged in, for example, the Czech Republic and Poland has a floating currency with the koruna and the zloty, but nonetheless, there is a strong correlation between their currency and what the euro is doing, because their economies are so dependent on export to other European or Eurozone countries. So, if anyone's dealt with Turkey, for example, or maybe some Latin American countries that have had very unstable currencies in the past, South Africa being another one as well. I mean, the rand is up and down like a yo-yo. Currency stability when it comes to budgeting and forecasting is a big plus. And then finally, compliance. And that's not just in terms of lower levels of corruption. I'm also talking now with my sort of sustainability hat on, that environmental compliance is a lot easier to control with European suppliers because they're all working to EU law than it is working with suppliers on the other side of the world. So, a lot has been said around, especially in the textiles and clothing industry, or in the chocolate industry, for example, confectionery, around how do you control your second and third tier suppliers when a lot of them are in very poor, very developing markets. If you're sourcing from Europe, it's a lot easier to drill down to that granular level of second and third tier supply base and know that you don't have any ethics or sustainability issues within your supply chain. It's much, much easier to track that. So not only from an institutional corruption and bribery perspective, yes, certain countries in Eastern Europe certainly have their challenges there. As someone that lives in Bulgaria, I know that. But it's a lot easier from an environmental and ethics perspective to be able to have full transparency of your supply chain if your suppliers are all working to EU law and following the same regulations. So they were 10 reasons why sourcing in Central and Eastern Europe can be a great option, both from a cost-conscious point of view and also from a supply chain stability and continuity point of view, and also from a greater financial point of view in terms of cash flow, inventory, and budget predictability. So I hope that's given everyone that's joined, maybe a few minutes late, a few different bits of food for thought. Now I'm just going to do a quick screen share and do a bit of a walkthrough around how you can find your way around the ISTF platform, so as you can feel comfortable throughout the day, going and having conversations and looking at what all of our fantastic exhibitors are actually exhibiting and what they do. So if the great technology that we have here works, I'm going to do a quick screen share and walk you through a couple of minutes where you can find everything on the platform. So just bear with me 1 second. And you should now be able to see my screen. So on the right-hand side, you will see my ugly mug as underneath where it says program. So the program is basically the schedule for the whole day. This is on Central European time. So at 11 o'clock, we're going to have our first keynote from EvoCon, which is one of our featured exhibitors, talking about downtime, OEE, and productivity. Talking a little bit about their product there. At 12 o'clock, we've got another keynote from XM Reality, another featured exhibitor, talking about remote guidance and how that can alleviate the need to have in-person support and reduce the amount of time to resolve a problem, and also the cost of bringing in-person on-site maintenance and troubleshooting. 1 o'clock, we've got Noricium talking about digital transformation in industrial manufacturing and the value of data and how to leverage that as the most valuable asset. 1:30, we're going to have a short lunch break, and then we're back at 2 to have a keynote from, obviously, the guys who have put the event together, from Marius and Tamo at Procurement Flow, to explain a little bit around how their technology can help with sourcing and requesting information and putting together all procurement requests in one place for engineer to order or build to order industrial manufacturing companies. And then now we get into all of the exhibitors. So if you click on one of these different featured sections here, it will take you to everyone out here that is exhibiting. So let's just, for example, take a look at engineered and manufactured parts. Okay, so it's asking me to log in here, but if you're already logged in, I'm in here as a guest because I'm sharing my screen. It will show you all of the different exhibitors here, and you can just click on the one that you want to go to, and it will take you through to their booth. I will go into a booth down here just to show you how it works. So let's, for example, Skeleton, because I think they've got the video conference facility set up in there. So here it will show you the virtual booth on the left-hand side, and then on the right-hand side, it will give you a quick blurb about what this company does, and then it will show you who their contact person is. There's a video down here that you can look at what the different solutions are that Skeleton offers. And then, yeah, you can then just click on the other exhibitors down here at the bottom of the screen. Some of these, I did actually think these guys had a video call button in, but some of the exhibitors, depending on the package that they've that they've bought from us. Some of the exhibitors do have an orange button below on the right-hand side below their blurb, which says schedule or arrange video call. And that enables you as a participant, as a buyer, to click on that button and go directly into a video conversation with that exhibitor. So just like you would walk up to a booth at a trade fair and engage in a conversation with one of the exhibitors, for those specific exhibitors that have that function enabled based on the package that they've purchased for the fair, you can have a real-time one-to-one conversation with them with that orange button that is below the blurb on this side. So I'm just going to click back out of that onto the main screen. So yeah, if you want to go and browse the different exhibitors in this space, you just need to go to the different subsections down here, and you will be able to see everyone here that's exhibiting. So really, really easy to find your way around. Very, very user-friendly to find what you want to do here. So just browse the platform throughout the day, connect with the exhibitors that you want to talk to. The fair will be online until around 3 p.m. Central European time, 4 p.m. Eastern European time. So what's that? 2 p.m. UK time. So yeah, we're going to be online until well into the afternoon. So plenty of time if you want to dip in and dip out during the day to schedule those conversations or to make contact with the exhibitors that you want to. And with that, I'm going to come out of that screen and go live again. Okay, should be back now. And with that, I'm going to hand over Tarmo, if you're ready to jump on. If you would like to say a few words. Tarmo is the CEO of Procurement Flow, and so he's the guy, the brains behind this event. So Tarmo, if you could just say a few words to welcome everyone to this fantastic event that you guys have put on and probably not had much sleep for the last week. Then we'll jump straight into the exhibition after we've done that. During the day, just before I introduce Tarmo, during the day, we will be having live interviews with different exhibitors. So if you want to dip into the live channel that we'll be streaming, we will be having live discussions with the various exhibitors throughout the day, and you'll be able to see that in the interface in the top right hand. You'll be able to see our live screen. So if there's no interview going on, you will just see the ISTF background. If we do have anything live, then we will be streaming that directly. So hi Tarmo, good morning.
Hey, good morning, James. Nice intro from your side. I mean, nice story about the Bulgaria and the difficulties, and maybe, I mean, one thing that that kind of, I mean, just to start with, I mean, why we decided to pull that event. It comes a bit from my own background, which is very much linked with the sourcing and finding new suppliers across Europe. And like, I mean, a few years ago, I mean, it was pretty easy. You went on, I mean, there are two options, right? You start with Googling of suppliers. The bad thing is that maybe some suppliers, I mean, are not really standing out from your Google searches, so that might become difficult. The second option is that you actually went to real trade fair and make the new business connections there. So and these two cases, I mean, this became us like put us into some kind of thought that, I mean, it's super difficult nowadays, and then why not to give this opportunity? Because, I mean, we are procurement software. We have been working with buyers, I mean, across Europe for 3 consecutive years now, and we have really, I mean, extensive numbers of buyers whom we are interacting on a weekly or monthly basis, and this is like the second part, and now if you get the subcontractors as well, then it's I would say match made in heaven, right? So we just put these two pieces together, and that's it. And yeah, I mean, the good thing is that we are really, I mean, we have been promoting that that event. I mean, through our network, the invitations have been sent to 10,000 buyers across Europe. So and they have been bombarded by or bombarded by the ISTF promotion. I mean, through different mediums. So sorry if somebody's felt too much of it, but I mean, it's but I think the good thing is there's never enough of the good things, and I think ISTF is a good thing, and let's see how this goes. And I really wish everyone, I mean, who is on exhibitor booth, I mean, having a chat with customers, I mean, all the best. I hope there will be a nice amount of new business connections, and that would give like a nice boost for your businesses for the next year. That's the main purpose. And yeah, there is I think about 1,500 or close to 2,000 actually companies who have been set up. I mean, they're actually able to see, I mean, what kind of amazing products and services are offered, I mean, in this region, and it's a pretty nice stuff.
And we've got exhibitors from Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, Czech Republic, and Slovakia. That's right, 6 countries, right?
Yeah, exactly, six countries. Because I mean, for us, this is like the kind of a logical group. I mean, let's say if you're a company from Scandinavia, or if you're a company from Central Europe, I mean, then that would be the place to look for suppliers, for example.
Yeah.
But we're also thinking to kind of already for some other regions as well, and I mean, that's, I mean, Bulgaria, I know it's a great country. That was one of the personal favorites when I was doing this active sourcing thing, and there are really these hidden gems, I mean, in Bulgaria mountains, I mean, we're producing also interesting stuff. So why not to give this opportunity also to some other regions? But I mean, in order not to be too wide and then to get these buyers, like, I mean, a bit lost, then I mean, we thought to make it more regional.
Yeah, no, it makes sense. Makes complete sense. And certainly as a procurement guy, you know, with my background, I find scouting for suppliers and trying to find suppliers is one of those things that it's very, very time consuming, but it's not something that is a particularly skilled piece of work. So I mean, yeah, if you've got a buyer or a procurement manager that's on a sort of manager's salary, and they're just Googling trying to find suppliers, it's not a very value added return on their time. So something like this, where you've got, you know, over 100 live exhibitors in one place, it's a great time saver for me as a practitioner, as a buyer. If I'm looking for products or services, it's a great use of my time, especially given that I don't have to take a flight to go and attend it, right? So not that we can at the moment, but
yeah, exactly. And it's actually, I mean, I think, I mean, because let's say, I mean, if you're on a physical trade fair, then I mean, there is I think if you are like walking there around like extensively for 2 hours, I mean, you are pretty tired already, and yeah. With these 2-3 hours, I mean, it's a kind of well, there is a limited amount of suppliers that you're able to meet, right? I mean, and I think, I mean, with this kind of option to, I mean, quickly scroll through, I mean, find the companies that are interesting, I mean, bookmark some of them, have a chat with some of them. I mean, you can actually meet much more, or quite much more suppliers. So during that time, and really make a good use of your time. You save on the money, right? No need to travel, no need to book a hotel, no need to, I mean, you can get your takeaway, I mean, to home. I mean, no need to go to find some kind of lunch place, etc. So it's actually, I think it's a pretty nice saving. And actually, I mean, what we did, I mean, was that actually listing of your company was completely free. So everyone had a really nice way to put up their booth. I mean, the videos, the content, I mean, the person, I mean, everything was able to set up. And yeah, I mean, it's and that was also something that actually your company is already visible, and we have done some branding as well, and sharing your companies to the newsletter. So I think we are given some of the coverage to the companies that may not be so easily discoverable otherwise.
Exactly. If you don't know exactly what you're looking for in the Google search, yeah, you're right. It's often difficult to find those companies. And if I know this, that manufacturing companies are not necessarily that good with digital marketing and web presence, and if the keywords on their website aren't easily searchable by Google, then yeah, if you're a buyer and you're searching, then it's often not easy to find those vendors. Yeah, it's absolutely 100%. Yeah.
Mm. No, exactly. That's true, and that's also this like the second piece. I mean, one was that really this physical fairs events are pretty much cancelled. I mean, and the second one is that I mean it's quite difficult to find or discover some nice supplier from Slovakia if you do not really know the exact keywords they are using, etc. And then maybe the website is not, I mean, well translated. I mean, everything. I mean, all the content to English, and then I mean, it's different reasons why you're not able to find these companies, and that for the companies, a great piece of marketing that they're able to do.
Yeah, and I think a lot, even now in 2020, a lot of manufacturing companies have historically picked up business through offline channels, whether that's trade fairs, or whether they, especially in something like automotive, if they've had very long-term customers because it's so expensive for the customer to switch suppliers, that's often been a reason why they haven't maybe needed to have a big online presence. But I think this year has been a real wake-up call for a lot of them, that if they don't have a website, I mean, I guess most of them do, but their websites are often quite poorly designed, or badly structured, or badly translated. You know, maybe they're not in the target language of the buyers that are looking for them. Something like this is a great opportunity for them to get discovered where they otherwise may not be. It'd be a great business, actually, wouldn't it? Improving websites for manufacturing companies. Maybe I should do that.
Yeah, exactly. And actually, I mean, it's I mean, also now, I mean, during, I mean, organizing that ISTF, I've also, I mean, crossed, I mean, because, well, I have a pretty good, I mean, kind of a knowledge, or I mean, kind of about the subcontractors and suppliers across Europe. But I mean also now, I mean, I'm discovering, I mean, some of the really interesting companies that I was never thought exist. Like, I mean, I know that when I was doing a sourcing, then I had a project, I mean, back like 5 years ago, to find like aluminium casting supplier, and then I never thought that there is something in politics. But now, I mean, we have one subcontractor from Latvia present. I mean, that's doing aluminium casting. So it's actually pretty amazing stuff that they're doing, and it's yeah, as I said, I mean, it's quite difficult to discover from Google, I mean, everyone. So it's so these kind of events bring the new discoveries together. So
yeah, and I think even back in, was it 2007, 2008, when I was working in, I'm showing my age now, maybe, when I was working in the automotive industry, I was based in Germany, and we had suppliers in Poland, and I remember going to an aluminium smelter in Kaunas in Lithuania back then in December. It was freezing, but I mean, even then the supply base was there, but it was not as well developed, and they needed to do some catching up in terms of safety and quality and some of the processes, but they've caught up so quickly, and especially since all of these countries joined the EU back in 2004, I guess, for this region, they've caught up very, very quickly. And one of the advantages I see is that most of Central and Eastern Europe is way more business friendly than somewhere like France or Germany. So because suppliers have, you know, lower taxes, less bureaucracy, less regulation, they're even now, with wages rising since they adopted the euro and since their economies are developing very quickly, they're still able to maintain that cost advantage because, you know, they don't have as many regulatory and governmental roadblocks and hurdles maybe as some of the more traditional European countries. So it's been really interesting to see that sort of story and how they've developed and become, you know, world-class suppliers over this time. And it's really encouraging to see it, actually.
Mm. Yeah, exactly. And what I also, I mean, well, while we are already live and everything event is started, it's it's also great to see that actually I'm getting messages constantly that there are like a new exhibitors still joining up and
Oh
claiming
wow.
their booths. So it's like it's like this. I mean, like very last minute thing. So let's see if we are able to also handle some of these cases, or I mean, it shows us that actually we should do a consecutive event during some time January, February. So to get everyone. So yeah,
Let's
and
see.
also yeah, and also we have had a pretty nice cooperation with some of the federations, like Estonian Engineering Society. The federation has helped us to do a lot of promotion, and also same from Latvia, Lithuania, and Czech. So this is also something that I think also for the next events that we will even make a stronger relations with these federations, and then really show that it's a great way to for their members also to be present and available for the new opportunities.
Yeah, it's great to be able to do the work where maybe the chambers of commerce are not as strong. I mean, I always find these organizations tend to be quite corporate. I mean, they don't get me wrong, they do a lot of good work, but showcasing some of the smaller and medium-sized businesses, not everyone's got Deloitte's marketing budget. So yeah, it fills a hole where there's obviously a need. So I really hope that you manage to do another one in the new year.
Yeah. We after this event we maybe take one night to sleep, and then we then we start figuring out the next step. But yeah, I mean, as again, I mean, procurement flow is a procurement software for industrial companies, so that's our main business, and then that's our main thing. But I mean, it's as using a current opportunity and then bringing these puzzle pieces together of buyers and suppliers. It's also great to actually have that this kind of events, and are organizing this, and yeah, I mean, we have also some amazing lineup of companies showing their products, which we thought that, I mean, this time we kind of will not bring in any like institutions and then discuss about the general situations and how it's post COVID and current and all that, but rather, I mean, some kind of interesting, and also as a virtual trade fair is something new for everyone, then I mean, why not to take it even to the next step and show, I mean, how do you, for example, do the virtual supplier inspection or a remote guidance thing without being physically present. So there are some great solutions that will be also presented during the day. So I think this will be interesting, and also again eye openers for many companies here.
Okay, well, Tarmo, thank you very much for joining me for a quick chat. We're going to go on pause for about 10 minutes now, and then we will do our first interview in around 10 minutes time. And then throughout the day, as I mentioned, if there's not a keynote or featured exhibitor doing a presentation, we will be dipping in and out to the booths and doing live video interviews with some of the exhibitors throughout the day. So if you're watching this online, then keep checking back if you want to see live in real time some of the exhibitors and what they can showcase. And yeah, have a great exhibition, and just message us if you've got any questions. And yeah, connect with us on LinkedIn if you'd like to learn more about what we're doing, and keep up to date with hopefully the next one that that Tarmo and the team will be putting together in the new year. Hey everybody, welcome back. I hope you've managed to find your way around the interface a little bit while we've been offline. We're going to link now to an interview with one of our exhibitors, which is Merksu. So, yeah, Mr. Backend Wizard, if you could bring up Merksu so as we can have a two-way conversation, that would be fantastic. Okay, so he needs a couple of minutes before he's back. Okay. Okay, let's get hold of Merksu, and then we'll let's go back offline for a couple of minutes, and then when Merksu are online and ready to run, then we can go back in. Hello and very warm welcome back. I hope you're enjoying the trade fair so far and you've been able to find some potential vendors or interesting concepts with all of our different exhibitors that are joining us today. So we're now going to jump to one of the first of what is going to be a few one-to-one interviews with our exhibitors at ISTF today. And the first exhibitor that we're going to talk to is Merxu. And then in 15 minutes time, we'll be back with another interview with All Trade. So with that said, I would like to welcome Thomas from Merxu to the platform, if we can get him live. Hey, Thomas, good morning.
So yes, I'm delighted to be with you guys here.
So where are you based, Thomas? Because I was just looking at your website and it looks like you cover a number of different countries in terms of a whole range of different categories, actually. So you're almost like the Amazon of Eastern Europe.
This actually is our goal. You know, the B2B market in online marketplace world is kind of in a vacuum. There's not much available.
Yeah.
So the only site that actually works is probably everybody knows Alibaba, which is in China, but it's made for Chinese producers. But there's nothing in Europe. So we decided to take this task and make it. So Merxu is the new B2B marketplace in Central and Eastern Europe at the moment.
And you have suppliers on there from Czech Republic, Slovakia, Poland, and the Baltic countries, right?
Yeah, at the moment, Estonia and Lithuania, yes.
Estonia and Lithuania. So, what types of products do you have on there? Is it mainly things like off the shelf catalog spare parts, or do you deal with more sort of industrial components too?
We are focused on non-consumer products. So it can be off the shelf, ready-made, can be acquired by quote with your own specifications and find a producer for your item. So everything is possible. And the main thing, what we are different from some other places, is that the seller and customer have their own relationship. So the seller knows who's buying and the buyer knows who's selling. And they can negotiate within Merxu with a chat and quotes and make a deal in one place.
That's great. So the buyer and the supplier actually transact with one another, and your platform just facilitates the conversation and the payment processing.
Yeah, the whole world, the B2C world is really developed in online world. Me myself, I've been involved with B2C marketplaces around 15 years, being the CEO of Osta.ee in Estonia for a long time, and working with Allegro Group and Naspers. And the founders of Merxu are all coming from the same background as a CEO of Allegro. If you know, or if we have anybody from Poland and Czechia, then I think they do know this site. So Przemysław Budkowski was previously CEO of Allegro Group. And we put our minds together and we made this B2B marketplace that is a great challenge, but interesting challenge.
And I think there's definitely a gap in the market, because electrical distributors are fairly well developed. I mean, the likes of the likes of Sonepar and what's the other one? Name escapes me. Rexel. They're very well developed and have expanded into many different countries. But and likewise with anything that's a technical industrial product that requires some sort of on-site service or technical consulting around it, that tends to be fairly country based. Although there are companies like Rubix and Erics that are now sort of progressing into CEE as well. But some of the components that aren't covered by those type of vendors, whereas in places like the UK, France, and Germany, the market is very well developed. Like you said, there's there wasn't historically a marketplace for that type of product in CEE. So I definitely think that you're closing a gap there. So maybe just walk me through the buyer's journey then. So if I'm a buyer and I'm looking to buy something that I don't really know which supplier to buy it from, or maybe my regular supplier doesn't have it in stock or can't deliver it on time, walk me through the journey from when I land on your platform.
Well, there's many ways you can interact with the sellers, and you can search, you can browse through the categories. But if you can't find what you're looking for, you can submit a request that is sent to the producers of this certain area. So there's really different ways. You can search by their product code. If you know this, you can search by just the word. So we are taking the online world from B2C and Facebook and Instagram and the way people searching and using online services every day for themselves. We want to bring the same experience and the same easiness of finding things and making deals to B2B world. So if you have searched for pants in B2C marketplaces or jeans, it should be as easy to find the new partner for your B2B partnership.
So it not only features product listings, but if you have what we would call in the buyer's world a special that's maybe a non-standard part, someone can post that request, and all of your sellers in the marketplace would see that, and if they're able to supply it, they can respond. So does it also allow then sort of subcontracted build to order type components as well, or not big components, but if it's a small machined part, for example, that's a build to drawing part, could people on your platform take that drawing and look at it and quote it as a one-time job?
Yes, it's also we have experienced the way that one buyer found a manufacturer for a certain type of items similar to what he was looking for, and just to send a request with the drawing and project data to them, and they made an offer and they made a deal. So you can find the producers from any field, and you can request a quote and say that I have the project like this and I need this many items, give me a price. So they negotiate within our site, make the deal. And one thing that is important, that we let only companies to register, and we do the background search for all companies registered. So if in some other country you don't know who you're talking to, we have done the background search in each country. So there's no companies that have debts or they're in bankruptcy process, they cannot register. So this is one thing that is really important in this world.
So there's a screening process from your end to validate that the sellers on there are actually legitimate registered European companies and are not just masquerading, selling something from China or from outside of Europe.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we use all kind of, every country have their own screening services. So we have automated some parts, and some we do just with eyes and looking, and as far as Googling. So we do really thorough search for the people and companies registering inside.
Okay, so walk us through a little bit about your business model. So is it free for buyers to use, or you obviously have to earn money through this somehow? So do the sellers pay you a commission, or you take a percentage of each transaction, or does the buyer have to pay a membership fee to buy from your platform?
Well, the nice answer for this is that we offer our services free. At the moment, for at least 6 months, so whoever registers can see if we are useful for them, and we can do that because we are a startup. We are public only for about 1 month now, and we have about 1,000 companies already registered. But we can offer this free service because we got Axel and Point Nine Capital as investors to our company. Whoever is involved with investor world, they know these names and they ring a bell, but who is not, then they back up companies like Slack, Facebook, Revolut. So,
oh, wow.
Yes, they back us up to give the service free for at least 6 months from now.
So the idea is then that you can scale and get more and more suppliers onto there as you're growing, and by that point it will be big enough to stand on its own legs and be able to have either monetization through the seller side, through you taking a transaction of the a percentage of the transaction cost, or the buyers would pay some sort of membership fee to be a premium member.
Yeah, the membership fee is different packs later on, but we have decided that we still want to be the cheapest but the best service available. So it should never go above 5% of actual revenue through us.
Yeah.
So usually it starts from 9 to 10 or 10%. But we want to be half the usual average price.
And do the vendors themselves, I guess the answer is yes, but do the vendors themselves manage the fulfillment, or do you have plans to manage logistics for them at some point in the future?
Yes, we are now talking with many companies who do the logistics centralized services. The sad part is that everybody who have the service available are not big enough to offer this service for us. So we have 2 companies created, and they're both running now to offer the service now for us and preparing for themselves. We do have payment system available at the end of this month with PayU, and also, but it's not a must. Everybody can do their own deals how they want, as far as meeting and paying cash if they want to. So we don't tell people what they have to do. We just give them options to make their life easier.
Okay, so there is a way then to punch out to the supplier's own individual terms and conditions or shipping instructions. So it's if the buyer and the seller don't want it to be, it's not necessarily an end-to-end function. They have the autonomy to choose which way they want to transact and to fulfill.
Yeah, and we actually encourage people, companies to talk to each other and negotiate. So it's not hidden or not allowed like most places. So yeah, we want to help and be the mediators to the companies.
No, that makes sense. And I think as a buyer, it's always good. My background is procurement, and it's always good to have that flexibility, in terms of how you pay or how you transfer, because some companies, for example, will only allow purchase orders that have been processed through SAP or through their ERP system, whereas others have, for low value purchases, they may have a corporate purchasing card that allows anyone to purchase an item under $50 or $100 or euros. So I think, personally speaking, as a practitioner, it's great to have that flexibility, because otherwise it can create complications for internal compliance policies, depending on, the ethos of each individual company, I guess. So I'm going to wrap this up now, Thomas, because we've got another interview coming on in 2 minutes. So thank you very much for joining us. I wish you all the best as you grow and scale. And from what I've heard, I'm really excited to see this grow, because it's definitely missing in this part of the world. So very good luck, and enjoy the rest of today's event. And I hope it brings you lots of new business.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome back. So we're now going to go to one of our pre-recorded interviews and demos from one of our featured exhibitors, and that is Evocon, and Evocon have developed a solution all around data gathering to optimize OEE, operational equipment effectiveness. So this is a big topic in manufacturing, and often the reason why machinery and equipment doesn't give us the best OEE is often due to lack of data and being able to analyze it properly. So for anyone that's in the manufacturing space, especially if you're working in operations or maintenance or continuous improvement, OPEX types of roles, I think this presentation is going to be a really, really interesting one for you. So Jay, my background wizard, if you could then cue the presentation. It's about 15 minutes long, and then you'll be back with me straight afterwards. Okay, welcome to the first keynote in ISTF this morning, where I'd like to welcome Martin Laerts from Evocon, where we're going to be talking a little bit about overall equipment effectiveness, or OEE as it's commonly known, and some of the advantages of digitization and getting better data from your machinery and equipment to be able to maximize your OEE in your production plant. So Martin, first of all, welcome.
Welcome. Thank you for having me.
Fantastic. Okay, so my first question is, how would companies traditionally measure OEE in terms of, what's always been the case in terms to be able to to be able to measure uptime and downtime?
Yeah, well, it's pen and paper, and it's been widely used actually today. And that's a fairly common kind of procedure to go with. And I think the reason being is the easiest. You can always have a pen and paper, and then translate that into Excel, and then analyze it maybe a week later or a month later. So yeah, that's how things have usually been done, and I think from our experience, that's the way a lot of companies are actually doing it today, even though we are in this digital era. So yeah.
So the risk of that, I guess, is that if a process engineer or a production manager doesn't enter that accurately at the right time, or for some reason writes down a mistaken figure that then gets transferred into Excel with a typo, that can have a serious consequence on data accuracy.
Yeah, I mean, data accuracy, I think, is the biggest issue with this kind of a method, because we are we are humans, so we are prone to making mistakes. So that's the first thing. We are prone to forgetting things, especially on the shop floor. Like a good example is that, like, the first and foremost thing the operator has to do is fix the line or machine when it's down. And then maybe a few hours later, he or she will remember what the mistake was or how long it was. But yeah, the case is that the biggest kind of impairment of this method is that it's inaccurate. And the other point is that, well, it's not a really value-adding job to do. For example, one of our clients, before they actually automated the process, there was a data analyst. There is a data analyst, and he spent almost a week every month gathering data. So it's a labor-intensive work, and it's inaccurate. That's
and it's kind of, if you're a production manager, or if you're working in operations, then while a factory accountant will obviously see the benefit of having this data, if you're on the front line and you just need to get product out of your factory and your machine working, it's probably not going to be a priority. And as a procurement guy, I face the same issue dealing with people in production, that if we're driving savings through reduction in consumption of certain components, if they're not measuring it, then it's difficult to get good data. So yeah, you're absolutely right. It's a case of priorities. So if you're going to digitize this, first of all, how would you do it? And secondly, what are the benefits of digitizing and automating data collection?
Yeah, well, there are actually a number of ways these days. The easiest is to use different sensors. A lot of the production lines and machines come already with sensors attached, so from the manufacturer of the lines. So that will be the best kind of go-to thing, to use that sensor, use the output of the sensor, and then get the digital signal from it. Of course, depending on the production process, you can use the PLCs of machines. That's also a fairly common method, especially with CNC machines. And it's a very simple thing. The signals are there. You only need to you need to know which one to get, and then you already have a digital model of the same thing that the operator used to mark down. And I guess the newest method is with newer machinery, which already save some sort of data into a local database, is actually make an integration with the database and get the data from there. So, I mean, the main takeaway is that there are so many ways to get the digital signal. It's more about finding the best solution based on the production process.
And also, I guess, on the age of the machinery too, right?
Correct. I mean, yeah, the good thing about new sensors is that they're fairly cheap. So they can range from, I don't know, 30 euros, of course, to 100, but you can use them on any machine. We have cases where the machinery is almost 20, 30 years old, but you can still get the signal, so it doesn't matter. And of course, the benefits, if you asked about the benefits, it immediately removes the data accuracy problem. So that's the first and foremost. And it also simplifies the job that people have to do. So they don't have an extra thing to do on the shop floor.
Right. So it is actually possible to retrofit older machinery with modern sensor equipment to be able to get that data. So you're not sort of held captive to the OEM to be able to retrofit that. Most of the technology is produced by third-party companies from what you were saying.
Yes, absolutely correct. So it's more about being creative, finding the creative solution, and that's what kind of our job is.
So what does Evocon do differently then? How does your technology fit into that mix of sort of available ways that you can measure OEE, in terms of what's your USP, what's your unique selling proposition?
Yeah. Well, there are, of course, there are many, and there are some things that we think or we know that are different. But I think it's better if I use the three things that our own clients say. So I think that would be most accurate. And the first thing is that it is what everyone says, it's easy to use. So one of the things that we realized years back when we started developing our cloud-based system was that data is only useful when it's accessible, when it's able to be used by everyone. So
and understood by everyone as well, right? That's
exactly.
Yeah.
Understood. So that's actually the second point. So first, it needs to be easy to use, so operators can actually start using it immediately, not needing hour-long sessions about how to do it. And the other part now is the visual side. So at every step, we try to make it as visual as possible, so it is easy to understand. Because once you get people using it, you get the data you need, and then once everyone understands it, you can start making better decisions based on the data. So those are definitely two of the very, very important unique selling points for us. And I think the third one, which really matters at this time, is that it can be set up by every company on their own. So remote implementation is something that we've been now implementing for 3 or 4 years now. So we can send our stuff to Brazil or Mexico or Poland or whatever, and then the company can set it up themselves. And usually takes only a few hours, or even some cases 30 minutes. So it kind of removes all the implementation costs that usually are involved.
And certainly on CapEx projects or on retrofits, that's often something that is really expensive, simply because of just the cost of labor. If you've got to fly a technician to somewhere, pay for a rental car in a hotel, so not only do they have their day rate, they've got all of their travel and expenses on top. I know that from someone that's bought MRO for a number of years, that's really where the costs stack up. So yeah, I think that is a really relevant point. Anything that can be done remotely, especially in these times now with travel being so restricted. So what are typically the results or the enhancements or enrichments of the data? Maybe you can just walk us through a case study or a best practice of the before and after situation.
Mm-hmm. Well, the main thing is transparency. I mean, we see in a lot of cases where companies think they know how their machines and processes are performing, and once they get the actual data, what they say is, now we actually understand what is going on. So I think, yeah, like you asked, a simple case study or a use case that illustrates this is that a few years back, I think it's 2 years back, we started working with a metal processing company. And before we were brought in, they were kind of already, everyone in the mentality that why do we need it? We kind of know how things are. But then 2 months later, once they had all their 10 machines connected, they saw that most of the machines are only utilized 40% of the time. So that was a big kind of surprise for everyone, because if you go on the shop floor, machines are mostly always working. So you think everything is as it should be, but in reality, the transparency that you get from an automated system tells you what it is that you're actually doing, and more importantly, what are the actual problems in your production. So it might not be even that you need a new machine. It might be that you just need to rearrange work.
Yeah, that's a great point, actually. And it's a little bit like when you walk into an office and see people squirreling away in their email. They're working, but they're probably not being productive because they're just answering the never-ending churn of email that comes in. Exactly. But are they actually moving the needle on anything? Yeah, that's a great comparison. So let's get down to the brass tacks, because it's always ultimately around, if all companies have limited budgets, especially now during these times, a lot of manufacturing businesses are suffering. If they're not making toilet paper or hand sanitizer, they're probably struggling right now. So there are two aspects to this. First of all, I mean, your stakeholder is going to be the operations manager or the plant manager, typically, in terms of getting them to buy into why you need it. So I mean, the first part of the question, I guess, would be, how would you do that or go about approaching them? And then the second part, which is obviously the more difficult stakeholder, because they don't really understand production, is how do you convince a CFO that's very numbers driven of the benefit of doing this? Because if it's a fairly forward thinking plant manager, I would imagine it's a fairly easy conversation. But then a CFO will always want to know, okay, how quickly am I going to see a return on my investment? So maybe just walk us through how to do that, especially if there's any CFOs that are watching this to sort of understand the value proposition.
Sure. I think I will use another use case to illustrate like both sides, because I think a kind of a real life story is one that everyone can understand. So again, one of our clients, again, it was a few years back, came to us basically with the problem that there was a lot of demand for their products, but they were not able to supply it. So the management, as well as the CFO, was kind of with the question that whether we should now invest into new machinery or should we do something else. But their kind of intuition was that things might not be actually what they appear to be. So before they made the costly decision to buy new machines, they kind of went with the decision to start try to get transparency. So, and that's why they approached us with the single goal of trying to understand what is actually going on, so they would know what the actual problem is. And so everything went fine, the implementation was fine, and then we made a routine kind of feedback call. I think it was 2 or 3 months later, to see how are things going. And what we then realized was that, or the feedback for us was from their management, was that not only did they now know what the actual problem was, which was actually internal logistics. So from the data, they understood that it wasn't a supply issue in that sense. It was just the internal logistics of the shop floor was not working. So they eliminated that. They were able to meet their demand. But most importantly, what they also realized that they didn't need any 3 shifts anymore. So in 3 months, they went from their traditional way of working from 3 shifts to 2 shifts. So I think that's like the best way to illustrate what the benefit can be if you truly know what is going on.
Not only that, a massive cost avoidance as well in terms of avoiding capital equipment. Yeah, so it really is a classic case of what gets measured gets managed, and in most cases, whether it's production data or whether it's spend data in procurement or whether it's sales figures, the data's there. It's just how you interpret it and just having it presented in the right way, right? So I think that is a really good illustration of having the data is only part of the problem. It's just being able to utilize it in a format that can help you make the right decisions is really the key value proposition that would drive anything forward when you're looking at saving money in a manufacturing environment. So Martin, thank you very much for joining us in this first keynote. Hope you enjoy the rest of the day. And yeah, I guess you're presenting, so you'll be in the booth for the rest of the day if anyone wants to contact you with any questions or any inquiries.
Of course. Thank you for having me, and I'm really glad to be able to share our story. And I hope some of you will find it interesting and useful.
Fantastic. Thanks, Martin. Cheers.
Thank you. Bye.
Hey everyone, welcome back. I hope that was insightful for you to learn a little bit more about how you can optimize your OEE through using a solution like what Martin from EvoCon was demonstrating to us there. So we've got another interview with one of our featured exhibitors coming in just under 10 minutes. I'm just looking at the time on my computer. So at 11:30 Central European time, we have another interview from AQ Laser Tool, who are an industrial components manufacturer, playing mainly in the space of commercial vehicles and track-bound traffic, and also providing components and assemblies for the railway industry, power and automation technology, and telecommunications industries. So that's coming up in just over 10 minutes time. So time for everyone to go and grab a quick cup of coffee, or my British roots, old habits die hard, a cup of tea maybe, and we will be back online in around 10 minutes time with that interview. So we will see you back then. Hey everyone, welcome back. So now we're going to go into 2 more interviews that we've got with our featured exhibitors. And then directly after that, we're going into a longer feature from one of our premium exhibitors who is going to do both an interview with me that was pre-recorded a couple of days ago, as well as doing a live demo of their product. So to kick this off, we're starting off with AQ Laser Tool. And I'd like to welcome Anto onto the stage or onto the screen to tell us a little bit more about AQ Laser Tool. Anto, hi, good afternoon, and welcome.
Welcome. Good afternoon. At first, I would like to make short introduction of our company. AQ Laser Tool belonging to AQ Group, which is worldwide company, more than 6,000 employees worldwide, and we are acting as contract manufacturer of sheet metal products. And we are producing parts and system products according to customers' drawing and customers' specifications. We have a lot of customers, as you said before, in automotive industry, but also in other industrial areas like medicine, railway, and other in industrial areas. And processes we are offering are stamping, deep drawing, punching, laser cutting, bending, robot and manual welding, spot welding, assembling, powder painting, and 3D coating. And this is only in Estonia. We have 4 factories in Estonia, roughly 400 employees, but the group itself is in different continents in North America, South America, Europe, and Asia, and we have many others companies in the group.
And you must be one of the biggest companies that I've never heard of, because when I was looking at your website, it just made me realize how big you were, and with all of those different countries where you have a presence. But let's just focus on your specific division in Estonia around stampings and manufacture components, mainly in that sector. Could you give us maybe a couple of reasons or a couple of arguments why, if a company that's looking to buy those components, that's maybe sourcing them from Asia currently, what's a really good business case to persuade them to bring that production back to Europe?
One reason is that we are very customer focused, and our core values are made for our customers. Also, we are financially strong, so the customer who will want to bring production from Asia to Europe doesn't have to be afraid that we will go bankruptcy, for example, after some time. We don't have long-term liabilities. So,
and you're also able to produce and ship, I guess, a lot faster than anyone that's dependent on ocean freight to bring products in from China or India or wherever they may be currently producing, because even with the longest transport leg, if you're in Estonia and you're maybe shipping to the UK, for example, that's still only 1 week maximum, I guess.
Yes, that's true, that shipping from Asia is taking, let's say, 4 weeks by ship, and we are able to ship in some days to our European customers.
So if anyone's watching this and is interested in having a discussion with you, other than automotive, what are the other industries that you're keen to talk to buyers from, that you would like to have some contact with as a result of exhibiting today?
Yes, as well as we have a lot of customers in electronical industry, in electric industry, and other industrial areas, small appliances, electrical appliances. Those are all products where we are producing our products, our sheet metal products.
And how do you work with tooling manufacturers? Do you do that in-house, or can you manage the tooling on the customer's behalf as well?
We have tooling repairing inside house, but the tooling itself, we are ordering it outside. So we are providing work to other companies as well.
And does the buyer normally want to source their own tooling and just ship that to you, or if a buyer orders a specific part from you, do you normally then subcontract the tooling on their behalf?
Usually the tooling is in our house, and the tool itself is bought by the buyer, but we are holding it in our house. And let's say if buyer is buying something and after a year he's buying the same product again, then we have the tooling and we can use it.
Okay, understood. So that's your operation in Estonia, but as you alluded to, you have production all over the world. I think, if I'm not mistaken, AQ is a Swedish corporation, or it's a Swedish entity. Could you walk us through some of the other sectors and industries and production sites that you have, and maybe shine a little bit of a spotlight on some of the other areas that your group is involved in?
Yes, the business areas where AQ Group is present are sheet metal processing, precision stamping and injection molding, inductive components, electrical cabinets, wiring systems, system products, special technologies and engineering. And as you mentioned before, yes, we have a very good presence in Sweden. And basically it's a Swedish company, but now we have factories all over the world. In Canada, United States, Mexico, Brazil, China, India, and in Europe we have factories in Finland, Sweden, Germany, Italy, Bulgaria, Serbia, Hungary, Poland, and Estonia.
So very, very well distributed. What's your manufacturing strategy then? Do you try and locate the production as close as possible to your end customer, or is it very much dependent on product range, and that will dictate normally the factory that something will be produced in?
Basically, yes, it's on product range. In Estonia, we are producing mainly sheet metal products, different sheet metal products, but we have other areas, as I mentioned before. For example, in Hungary, we have AQ Anton, who is producing plastic products. In Sweden, we have electrical cabinets producing. In Poland, we are producing wiring systems. And there are many others areas where we are present. Also, the same thing as in Estonia, sheet metal processing factories we have in Bulgaria and in China. And yes, this is also one of our advantage, that we are present in many different continents. So if there will be some big customer, he can be sure that we are able to deliver on time. We can shift production between factories if we need, if something will happen. And this is also one of our advantage.
Okay, so my final question would be, if someone's watching this and is interested in some of the different types of products that you manufacture, especially if they're maybe looking to bring that production closer to home as a result of some of the supply chain uncertainty that they've been facing throughout 2020. I think we'll all be glad when 2020 is over and things start to get a little bit more back to normal. What would be your unique selling points? What do you think makes Laser Tool or AQ Group in general sort of stand out from the competition if a buyer is looking to move this production back to Europe, or maybe they currently have their production in a higher cost country in Western Europe and they're perhaps looking at moving it further east?
Mm-hmm. One thing that we are proud of is our quality. and that is really good. If we are measuring it, for example, last year our ppm, parts per million, was roughly 200. So it means that there was 200 effective pieces per million shipped pieces. That is very good in every to every company, and we are very proud of it.
And in terms of sectors that you're looking to break into, you mentioned that you're already in automotive and some of the and some other smaller industries, but is there any specific sector that you'd be very keen to speak to buyers from who are maybe attending the fair today?
Yes, for example, electrical industry, electrical appliances, home appliances. Those are all seems very, very interesting sectors to us.
Okay, fantastic. So, Anto, unless you've got anything else that you want to share with us, maybe if you can just give an indication of how people can get hold of you in the best possible way, other than the exhibition booth that you have obviously today, we will then close out and jump to the next interview. So, other than the exhibition booth, how can people contact you after the event today?
Yes, through mail and through phone. anto.tanimägi@akg.se. And also phone or AQ or our company main mail.
Fantastic. Okay, Anto, thank you very much for joining me for a live interview during ISTF. I wish you all the success for the rest of the day in finding lots of new customers. And we are now going to go to a short break before we come back with our next interview.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. We're going to jump now to our second interview before we go straight after this into one of our premium featured exhibitors with a live demonstration and a pre-recorded interview from that session. But before we do that, I would like to welcome editor from Utrix, I hope I've pronounced that right, to join us today from Lithuania. Editor, hello, good afternoon, and welcome to ISTF. Can you hear us?
Hi, James.
There we go. Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay. I hope I pronounced the name of your company right. If I didn't, then apologies, and you have to correct me for what I should be pronouncing it.
I think I have some problems with my sound.
Okay. Can you hear me?
I hear you, but
Hello? Can you?
yeah, I hear you, but
Okay.
we can try.
So you can hear me, but not very loud.
It's doublet sound, something like this.
Okay.
Not.
Let me try.
Your sound comes later than you talk.
Okay. So there's a bit of a delay on the
Sound. Yeah, delay on the sound.
Okay. So let's do it as best as we can. Okay. So first of all, well, welcome. And if you'd like to give a short introduction around what Utrix does. So you're in the stamped components and drawn components industry. So if I go back about 18 years ago, when I had hair, and I worked for Jaguar Land Rover, I used to buy those components. So it will be interesting to hear all about your company and what you do. We have some tech problems.
I will try to tell you about our company, but it's still the problems with the delayed sound, yeah, and it's hard to hear your question.
Okay. How are we going to do this? Okay. Show must go on. I'm going to type the question.
Okay, I will give you our presentation about our company.
Yes, please do.
Our core business is stamping, bending, deep drawing. We have more than 50 years experience in this field. So we have deep knowledge in the stamping. That's make us a strong and reliable partner for our customers. Our strength is that we have our own tool and shop in-house. It means that we can serve our customers since the project start, everything from one hand, everything is made in-house, from engineering up to mass production.
So all of your tooling is done in-house, so that enables you then to control the complete end-to-end cycle of planning, production, doing your first runoffs and having really everything under one umbrella and under full control.
Yes, we can start from prototyping, also developing the product and making them friendly for the stamping. We can make some testing, some tools testing, and then make final assemblies up to mass production. It's really comfortable for the customer to have everything from one hand, from one source. Yeah.
And what type of volume or what type of sector do you play in? I mean, what's your company turnover and number of employees, just to give me an idea of your type of customer
Yeah,
base?
we are a medium-sized company. We are 70 people working in the company. Our turnover is about 4 million euros. Our production base is more than 40 different press machines. We have automatic lines and we also have single press machines. So that's make us flexible in supplying with the medium and high series production.
So in terms of your target customer base, then if someone is browsing your virtual booth here at ISTF and they're not sure whether they're an appropriate customer for you, what are the industry sectors and what type of businesses are you really keen to speak to today as potential customers for your business?
We supply different industries, starting from automotive, electrotechnical, electronic, furniture, medicine, railway industries. It means that we work a lot on improving our processes, internal processes, in terms of quality, process management, project management, because each sector has its own requirements. And it's quite different, you know. It might be a lot of documentation, it might be some traceabilities in production since the order comes up to mass production. So we work a lot to keep requirements of many different industries. We split our risk in supplying different industries, and we are welcome companies which need stamp parts because they know what they need the most, and we can just study some requirements, some drawing, and offer some cost-efficient solutions.
So yeah, you hit on a really good point, actually, that depending on the type of the industry, it can be really, really different in terms of what they need from you for quality requirements. And certainly the automotive industry is known to be very, very strict for what they want. So it's good, especially with your tooling in-house, it's good. It's definitely good to have that as the flexible solution that you can offer. So I guess I will ask you a similar question to what I asked some of the other guys earlier on. If a buyer was looking to bring production back to Europe from Asia, what do you see as the key benefits to going with Utrix? And likewise, if a buyer is maybe currently sourcing these products from some of the higher cost countries in Western Europe, other than cost, what are the advantages that you could offer them for them to move their source to yourselves in Lithuania?
I would say that Utrix is the really best place to get everything from one source and from one hand, starting from prototyping up to mass production. Comparing to Asia, we are much closer than Asia. Comparing to Asia, we can be flexible in supplying small, medium-sized series, which is not possible to supply, you know, from Asia because it's much costly to supply small and medium-sized series. So, and comparing to the Western Europe, yes, we are low-cost production country, but we are very strong in engineering, you know, in finding solutions and offering solutions to our customers. So this gets, you know, two in one.
Yeah. No. I get it.
Cost-effective product, good price, and also engineering solutions.
And you hit on a really good point, because when you mentioned that you can do prototyping and tool making right the way through to mass production, especially for projects where the lead times are very, very short, or maybe when there have been some last minute design changes and the end customer needs to have a prototype very quickly, that must be a huge advantage and selling point from your side to be able to to be able to have complete control over that, and for you to be not dependent on third-party tool makers.
Yes, yeah, that's make us really strong and reliable supplier. Yeah.
Okay, awesome. So other than being able to contact you and message you and have a call with you today in your virtual exhibition stand, if any buyers would like to get in touch with you after the event, maybe just to finish off the interview, if you could just let them know maybe the best way to contact you, either through website or LinkedIn or email, in case anyone is browsing today but doesn't get the opportunity to speak directly with you.
Yeah, I have LinkedIn. We have LinkedIn of the company. My email is very simple, edita@utrix.lt. So you are welcome to contact us with RFQ. If you look some solutions, you are really welcome to contact us.
And Utrix is spelled Jutrix,
Yes.
just in case anyone wasn't aware of spelling it with a Y maybe instead of a J. Okay, Edita, thank you so much for joining us. Wish you all the success with finding lots of new customers throughout the rest of the day. And yeah, we will, I'm sure, catch up later, and good luck. And now it's time to, in 2 minutes time, jump to the next presentation. So thank you, Edita, and we will now do a very quick break, and we will be back at 12 o'clock with the next presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. Have a nice day for everyone and good fair. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Okay, welcome back, guys. We're live again now, and we're going to jump straight to the presentation from one of our premium exhibitors, which is XM Reality. This presentation is about 20 to 25 minutes long. It starts off with a virtual demonstration of the product, and then it leads into an interview that I recorded with Eva to do a little bit of an introduction around what they do and to ask a few questions about the product and service that XM offers. So with that, we will jump straight to the presentation from XM Reality. After this presentation, we then have about a half hour, 35-minute lunch break, and then we come back again at 1 o'clock to kick off the live stream again for the afternoon session.
Hi there, I'm Eva Schindlund and I work at XM Reality. And I really would like to show you and do a short demo and show you what remote guidance is all about. So XM Reality is a Swedish company and it was founded in 2007, and it was started out as a collaboration between the University in Linköping and the Swedish Defense. So remote guidance has been used out in the field to defuse bombs and mines in Afghanistan. And I think that's a pretty interesting start for our company. So when talking about remote guidance, we put a lot of effort in simplicity. The app should be simple to use, simple to understand. You shouldn't have to be tech savvy to be able to use it. So you really want to lower the entry barrier to use remote guidance, but also simple in the way of accessibility, because it's both hardware and software independent. So you can use it on any kind of smart device, like your mobile device or a tablet, desktop, or even smart glasses if you need your hands free. Let's talk about scalability. So scalability, because it is a SaaS and it's licenses, so it's really easy to add on the go and after the customer's demands and use, of course. But also scalability when you talk about like the use case. So a lot of companies starts out to use it within one area, and then you realize that this kind of functionality could be beneficial within other business areas within the company as well. So there's a wide range of where you can actually use remote guidance. I mean, like we started out within technical services or technical support, maintenance, commissioning, but there's so many other areas where you actually could use remote guidance, any kind of instance where you would need remote support or guide, get somebody to guide you from a distance and remotely. So that is the actual use of remote guidance. So I wanted to show you how to use our app. One thing that is really stands out, maybe I think, with remote guidance is that you not only have to be able to make call from app to app, that you can actually send out call links to anybody and you can start to guide remotely. So the receiver does not have to have anything installed on their device, or they have to have an account. They just have to click on the call link that you're sending them. But I'm going to show you all of this just in a sec. So I'm going to start sharing my screen. Okay, so what you see here is actually our app on a desktop. And you can see that I have my contacts here. And that would be if I would like to call somebody within the app, and then I can just initiate a call immediately over here. But the interesting part here is like the call links, which means that I can create a call link and send that to anybody at any time. So I'm going to send a call link, create a call link. And I can send that link as a text to somebody, or I could just copy it and send it through email or any other communication app like WhatsApp or Skype. But I'm going to start out to send this to myself. And what's going to happen now is that I'm going to get a text on my mobile device. And I'm going to click on that link that I get, and I'm going to start a remote guidance call. And as you see here, I'm calling, and I'm going to accept it here on my desktop. So you can see where I'm standing. I'm standing in this conference room here in front of the computer. So I'm gonna flip my phone so you will get a wider screen, and I'm gonna fill out the whole screen. So just starting out like here, I come from my desktop side of it, trying to start to guide the receiver. And I have different pointers, so I can choose different kind of ways to interact and maybe make it clear, or maybe I want to circle in thing and say, hey, over here is the handle. And of course, I can change color if I think that's necessary, or I want that to stand out if I have like maybe dark background. And the receiver, of course, I can do the same thing. So I can use my pointer on the mobile device, and I can use this. And of course, you can see that we get different colors to distinguish our different pointers. I could be, if I'm standing here and maybe like I have a hard time to hold the mobile device still, then I can freeze and pause the video to be able to highlight something. And then I actually would be able to start to draw on the picture. And as you can see here, I can also change color if I would like to, or I could change the thickness of the line. So I could make this thinner if needed. And the same goes for the receiver that also can begin to draw on the screen and maybe want to highlight something else. So you can communicate around this frozen video stream. And during the whole time, the video stream is going in the background. So let's get back to the video stream. If you would like to capture any of this, then you can take snapshots throughout the whole session, or you could actually start to record it. So you can record it and save it, you know, on a server somewhere or in the cloud. And the receiver will notice whatever you do. So you can take snapshots or record the session without the receiver noticing it, of course. You can use our functionality where you have a text or relay, and you might want to write some kind of instructions to receiver. Or maybe you want to communicate something that is really particular, or you want them to write in a certain code somewhere. Then you can write it in these kind of instructions. But it could also be like you want to kind of document something. It could be like for an audit, and you would say like, this is the date, this is the plant number, and this is the action. And then you would take a snapshot of it and save that for later. And then, of course, you can activate your hand overlay, which means that here's my hand, they can come in the receiver's device. So I can actually show them. So you need to take this handle and twist it like this. So you can show the receiver what to actually do instead of trying to tell them what to do. Or you could just push this button or twist it like this or twist it like this. So you will actually show them, showing instead of telling. Maybe I want to have something that I would like to share with the receiver. And in this case, I'm not going to share my screen because I'm already sharing it, but I would select a file and say, hey, I want to show you something here. Maybe I have a scheme, and you can see over here. So this would be like a scheme where I would like to share and say like, hey, we need to take a look at here, and this is the port we need to take a look at. And then as a receiver on the other end, I will see this scheme, and I could use my pointer, say, but is it really that one? I think it's this one instead. And you can also draw on this picture. And you can elaborate around. And then go back to the video stream again. So, I mean, this is basically the functionality of remote guidance. Now we did the call through a call link, but if you would have done this call through from app to app, you would be able to add on participants. So you could be up to 5 people within the same call. So you could use the multi-participant call function. Yes, actually, I mean, this is it. This is what I want to show you. And as you can see and tell, this is super easy interface and not really hard to get a grasp. Super easy application, but very, very powerful when it's needed the most. So that was all for today, and I hope you will visit me in our booth or stand, XM Reality, and I hope to talk to you there. See you soon. Bye.
Hello, fellow delegates, and I hope you're enjoying ISTF so far. We're now going to jump to an interview with one of our sponsors, which is XM Reality from Sweden. And when Tamo pinged me this lady's contact details to arrange an interview, and I was doing a bit of research about what they do on their website, it got me quite excited because I worked for a very long time in the tissue paper industry, and one of the battles that we often had was with our machinery and equipment suppliers around daily technician rates and some of the crazy numbers that they invoiced us for travel and expenses. So Eva Schindlund from XM Reality, welcome to this interview, and great to have you because I think we're going to have an interesting conversation here for anyone that's in this space and needs to reduce maintenance. So hi.
Hi, absolutely, James. Thank you for having me. I think we're going to have a really good time here together.
Okay, so before we jump in, just if you could tell everyone briefly what XM Reality does and why it got me so excited, and then I can jump into some specifics to hopefully dive into a bit more detail around the different types of companies or scenarios that your technology could benefit.
Of course. So we are in the business of remote guidance, which is a service and a tool that will help you kind of be locally present virtually so that you can actually guide and support somebody that is on site, but you can do it from wherever you are located. So that's like, of course, during this pandemic, it's been a very valuable tool for a lot of companies. So I mean, like that's the basic product we have. But you can use it in so many ways, and we're going to talk about this in this interview.
So not only is it an expense reduction tool, but it can also be used in times of force majeure, and I guess also if you've got machinery and equipment in countries where it's difficult for, I guess, technicians from Western countries to travel to. I'm thinking places like Iran, for example. Mm-hmm. I guess it's also really valuable. It comes into its own in that sort of instance as well.
Absolutely. I mean, since it's like this virtual tool that you can be present anywhere, so it doesn't really matter where the site is located. So you can be there and help out. And of course, I mean, you're talking about like downtime. If you can reduce your downtime, that is, I mean, can mean a lot of cost savings for a company. I know, like just for some things to production stand still for even minutes, that is money as well. So if you can actually reach out and help somebody instantly or immediately something happens, of course, that will make a change.
Yeah, especially in capital intensive industries, downtime is real money to them and lost sales and lost equipment efficiency. So yeah, while someone on site may be able to resolve the problem faster in person, that gap of time that they're able to physically get on a plane or jump in the car and go to the factory is a big potential benefit to the customers. So, I mean, versus having physical on-site presence from an original equipment manufacturer on site, what do you typically see the biggest areas of savings? I mean, you mentioned lead time in terms of getting the technician from their base to the factory and that no longer being a factor, but what other areas of expense reduction do you see?
But of course, I mean, like you talked about like travel costs. Of course, if you can reduce that cost for travel and maybe also reduce the time on site, that's going to make an impact. But also see, like if you were a technician and you can solve maybe multiple issues during the same time period as you would do if you would go on site just solving one problem, of course that would increase the margins and efficiency. And then, I mean, we have, for example, a company that are using remote guidance to reduce their time for repairing machines. So they've gone from 21 days to 8 days. And that is
Because-
significant
Is
change.
that because they're able to do sort of pre-work up front, so that reduces the amount of time that they have to physically spend on site, or does it just allow the visit to be more structured because the technicians can sort of share the area of the problem or some of the specifics ahead of the time?
I mean, I would say all of that, and then you can get expert help. I mean, there is a shortage of good experienced technicians as well. So we see that problem within the industry as well. So you can get like an expert for any part of the world, right? So before, maybe you have like an expert in this area that cover that area and supposed to go on site. But now with this tool, you can sit in another country and you're expert in a certain machine maybe, and you can help out in like another part of the world. So you can be more efficient and use your workforce in a more skilled way.
That's a great point, actually, because it means that technicians are more flexible if they're able to solve problems online rather than being physically set in a location where their customers are. Yeah, I'd not thought of that, but that is really valuable. So are you finding then that are equipment manufacturers embracing this, or are some resisting this because they saw travel and expenses and field sales visits as being a bit of a cash cow to them?
I mean, but of course, it's like something that is new, but I think for everybody, it's about the margins, and you need to increase your margins. And having a technician on site is kind of costly, I would say. And in generally, those margins are pretty low. So we talked about this before, but if you can get your technicians to do more jobs during the same time period, of course, the margin will increase. But I also think like the whole industry is going through like a transformational process. And if you're gonna keep up and be competitive, you have to adapt and adjust to these kind of new service models. So I think like, there might be some kind of resistance among some, but I mean, this is the way it's gonna go either way, and you have to keep up.
Is the resistance, do you find, more on the manufacturer side or more on the customer side that has their machinery installed in their plant?
I think it could be both, really. And when you say resistant, it's like a lot of times you think about, oh, maybe it's like the new technology that's like kind of, you resist it and it's hard. But if you really think about it, I think like the technology is amazing. And I think a lot of companies also realize that this will help and improve their business. That is not the case. If you dig a little bit deeper, I think you will find that it's more about the organization than the actual technology. Because if you're going to implement a tool like remote guidance, you need to maybe make changes in your processes, in your workflow, in the way you work. And change is painful. Change is hard. And it's often a lot of resistance against change. But if you're going to make a successful implementation of this kind of tool, I mean, change management is a really important piece in the puzzle.
And that's a really good point, actually, because it's not necessarily the technology itself that's being resisted. It's just maybe that the organization doesn't have the capabilities or the know-how to implement the whole change management process around implementing it, because it's not just like you replace a field service maintenance technician visit with this. There are certain things that you need to consider before and after to be able to make it work. I mean, I guess it's a bit like the example for me as a procurement guy of, you can't take a manual purchase to pay process and replace it with digital technology if you have crappy data.
Exactly.
You need to have the tools and you need to have the data and the systems around you to be able to make it work. And I guess it's kind of similar here as well, right? That you can't just turn on a video camera and expect a remote technician to solve the problem. There needs to be some pre-work and some planning ahead of making them aware of what it is and the different types of failure modes that have been experienced before you can do that.
Absolutely. And that's what actually another thing that is our experience is like, never think that's only a top-down decision will work, because you need to, I mean, the people that are going to use the tool needs to be on board, needs to understand why they're doing this change. and also need to be involved in the process. I think that's super important.
So tell us a little bit about your business model. Is it something that you would typically sell to manufacturers, or are you selling it as a universal solution to end customers that can then sort of switch on the different manufacturers of their machinery and equipment to all use it on a common platform?
I mean, it's an off-shelf product, so anybody can actually use our product. So it's a license-based product, and you can sign up for this service. I mean, either if you're an OEM or a manufacturer. But I also want to stress that we have been working a lot, and we are working a lot towards the industry, like in manufacturing and OEMs. And that, of course, was like the lowest hanging fruit when we started out, like, because that's such a natural place to start, like technical support and guiding and solving problems and commissioning. But I mean, in recent year, we have like seen an increasing demand from other industries, like housing and facility, or medical and the healthcare industry, and maybe other areas as well. So it's not only about like solving a problem. It could be more like finding out what happened, what caused it, what kind of expertise are we going to send if we're going to send somebody, so we send the right kind of person. Or it could be like, what kind of spare part do we need to send, so we don't send the wrong one. You know, they like the timing of that. Or it could be actually for sales. We're introducing a new product. We want to show that to our customers in a smart and efficient way. Or we're going to train and educate our customers how to use this kind of machine, for example. So it's not only now about like solving problems or issues, as the use case is widening.
So yeah, there are lots of different industry sectors or specific scenarios that it could be used for. So maybe a stupid question, but how is it different to just using a video call?
I mean, we got that question a lot. I mean, I think, especially during this pandemic, a video call is super great, because then you add another layer, you can see what the other person is seeing on the other side. And I think that's super. But when you have a video call, the only thing you can use is your voice to communicate. And I think you and I can agree on communication is one of the hardest things there is. So if you have, with remote guidance, you have this other set of tools that you can use to enhance your communication. So you have like pointer, you can actually point, or you could draw, or you use the AR functionality where you actually can show how to do something. So you don't really need to say anything, that you could show with your hands in the receiver's smart device. So if you have to turn this knob or pull this plug or do this. And sometimes I know if you work in a global organization, there might be some language barrier and you have like maybe a hard time to hear or understand each other. Then actually just showing them exactly how to do or perform a task, that makes everything so much easier. That's
great, because it's an obvious question for anyone, isn't it? They would say, well, how is it different to a Zoom call? So it's always good to explore that, because obviously it is, but to someone that's uninitiated in this type of technology, they may not know. And then finally, before we sign off, Eva, on average, could you say, if you have some data behind this, what sort of percentage rate are you seeing in terms of problems that your clients are able to fix online without the need of someone actually physically needing then to visit the site and do an in-person fix?
I think that's, I would love to have the answer to that question, but I think it's really hard to say, because it all depends on the use case or the industry. So it's really hard to set a number on that. The only thing you can see that there's so many ways that you actually can use this service where you can save time or save money or be more efficient. So I have a hard time to say exact number, but I think everybody that listening to this conversation maybe realize the potential.
Yeah, and it's kind of a tricky question as well, because it depends on the scope that the technician that's requesting the fix is giving, isn't it? It's a bit like when you want to purchase something. If the scope that you're given is very vague and is not clear, then it's going to be more difficult for the person on the other end of the of the video call to be able to find a solution. Whereas if it's very concise and step-by-step instructions of what the user has already tried to do, then the sort of failure mode analysis or the troubleshooting is much faster, I guess. So yeah, it makes perfect sense what you said. Okay, Eva, if anyone wants to find out any more, then I guess you're presenting, you're exhibiting all day. So how can people find you?
They can find me in the XM Reality booth, and they can ping me there, and we can have like a private conversation. Otherwise, they can find me on eva.kindland with an H in the end of Kindland at xmreality.se, or they can go on our webpage, which is xmreality.com.
Fantastic. Great speaking to you, Eva. Good luck with the rest of the fair. And yeah, I hope you do really well in implementing this in lots of other industries. I think it's great technology. Good luck.
Thank you so much, James.
So hope everyone enjoyed that presentation from XM Reality in giving you a little bit of food for thought around how you can do your maintenance interventions and troubleshooting a little bit more efficiently and cost effectively, and hopefully save yourself a whole lot of money in the process through not having to have an external external maintenance technician come onto your site and fix the problem. Because for anyone that's purchased any sort of maintenance service, that is a huge cost. And especially if you need technicians to come on site very short term with very little notice, the cost of flights or getting people there can be hugely expensive, thousands of euros in some cases. So thank you to Eva for the presentation and for the demo. We are now almost 12:30 Central European time, so we're going to now take just over half an hour lunch break. We will be back at 1 p.m. With the next presentation. And until then, we're going to give you half an hour where we're going to be offline. Our exhibitors are still around if you want to go and contact them or browse their booths, but we won't be doing any live streaming or any interviews for the next half an hour, so as we can all have a quick bathroom break and something to eat. And we will be back again in half an hour. Looking forward to see you again back then at 1. And yeah, have a good lunch and see you soon. And we're live again. That music felt like I was in church. Hope everyone had a great lunch and a little bit of a break from the proceedings today. We're back now for the afternoon schedule of events. This is going to start off in a couple of minutes' time with a live presentation from one of our featured exhibitors, Neuricium. Then we will have a couple of interviews, live interviews in between. Then we go at 2 p.m. to our slot with Procurement Flow, our hosts, who will be doing a presentation on their product. And then after that session, we move into maybe a couple of live interviews if we can slot a last couple that the team in the background are frantically trying to organize in the background. We may have a couple of live interviews for you after the final presentation from Procurement Flow 2. So now we're going to hand over to the guys from the team from Neuricium. Neuricium they describe their solution as intelligent platforms for complex industries, and it's all about using artificial intelligence in more complex manufacturing industry. So I'm definitely really excited to hear a little bit more about this because I've not seen this before. This will be the first time I've seen this too, and it's definitely needed in what is, in a lot of ways, very traditional conservative industry base that they're going after as potential clients. So with that all said, I will hand over. Greetings, good afternoon, Marco from Neuricium. Hi.
Oh, hi. Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear, yeah.
Excellent. Cool. So hi, everybody. I'm Marco. I'm the founder of Neuricium. We founded the company about 3.5 years ago, and our aim has been to transform industrial manufacturing and then bring it to the next era using digital tools and data science as one of our key points. I would like to open up with a bit of an introductory presentation, and then we can move on to tackling the question and answer session to come. Let me see if I can get a handle on this tech. Do you guys see anything? James, do you see the keynote?
No, I don't. To the right of the camera button, you should see a button that says share screen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then share it. Huh, doesn't want to share. That's unfortunate. All right, let's try this then. Can you see the entire screen?
No, we can't see anything.
Doesn't let me share it. Right. While I'm trying to click this, let me try to carry on.
If we can't get it, maybe you can email it to me. I'm just going to give you my email address in the chat. Yeah. And then I have sharing rights because I've already done it earlier on this morning. So all right. Worst case, I can share it on your behalf.
That's the easy option. There we go. And you should have it in about a second. Got it?
I'm just going in now. I turned my email off so as it didn't make a noise with notifications coming in. So I'm just opening it back up. Hopefully it will be that. No, I've not got it yet. Here we go. No, still not got it. Let me just check it's not gone to my junk mail. There we go.
Got it?
Yeah, I do have it. Yeah. It's PowerPoint though. Can you send me as a PDF? Because I don't use Microsoft Office. I use a Mac.
Right.
Or is there a way if Jay or Tamo, do you use Microsoft Office, or are you on Apple? If you can present it instead of me, maybe that's better. Yeah. Okay.
There you go. Oh, is that now? Yeah, that should be a PDF in your inbox now as well.
Yeah. Got it. Okay. So
there we go.
See that now? Yeah.
Even I can see it. Great.
There's always a way. Sometimes some things go wrong, but there's always a way if you have a plan B. Okay,
Excellent.
over to you, Marco. Just tell me when I need to move slides.
Yeah, right. So as I said, we are a data science and machine learning company focused on transforming industrial processes into the new era. And if you click on the next slide, that would probably be a good time. So going into the topic that you guys have talked about a bit today as well, about transformations happening in the industry and how the future is shaping up to be, then what we do digitally is we enable this transformation. So we apply cutting edge technologies and solutions and approaches to solve industrial challenges which have been there pretty much since day one. I mean, the basic and typical challenges of, cutting scrap rate, adding efficiencies, getting faster time to market, enabling more output, the key questions of how to optimize. And we use data to run this philosophy, and we try to give more actionable insights to the industrialists that run their plants. So that is basically our principle in a nutshell. If you can put the next slide. So how we do it, it's quite simple, really, on the outset at least. So what we do is we look at a challenge, at any industrial challenge, and we try to apply a combination of machine learning with simple and intuitive user interfaces and data visualization to come up and drive business value on the things that I mentioned just previously. So the overall impact of that should be that companies that have so far done and run their processes through a lot of heavy manual analysis and time-consuming work can spend more time at actually making insightful decisions and less time in trying to figure out what decisions to make. Next slide, please. So our typical development pipeline is quite simple. as well. So typically we look at a challenge, we look at an industry, so it doesn't really matter what industry we go into, and we try to define the challenges with our clients together. Typically the problems that they might be facing or the challenges that they have don't translate directly into actionable solutions. So a bit of time, a couple of days is needed to understand what the actual business need is and to define it in a technological solution that is accessible, easy to do, and easy to run in the future. We then build a quick prototype of it within a couple of months to try to prove the use case and to try to definitely define the possibility of cutting scrap or possibility of maintaining a more stable production line. If that works, and once that works, we scale. So then we build a scaled solution running the entire problem solution span in the plant. And if that works, or once that's working, we release the software typically along several plants or several production sites. So we then kind of release it to the world as a compact, actionable product itself. If you can, yeah. So far in the last 3.5 years that we've been on the market, we've been running 80% tailored solutions, which means 80% we've been solving our clients' challenges pretty much directly, building products for them. And 20% of the time we've spent building our own products that we've seen that cover a wider market and a wider challenge that can be then delivered to a larger amount of customers than just a single custom solution. We've run over 30 industrial automation projects in 8 countries worldwide. So we've been pretty much everywhere before the pandemic, ranging from China to Mexico to lots of countries in Europe. And yeah, and we've kind of figured that data and data science is really the answer to a lot of questions and points and problems that industrialists have been facing in the last decades. So how we do it so far, maybe if you put the next slide. Sorry, not how. So this is just a quick overview of the kind of industries that we've been involved in, that we've worked around. You may find yourself working in some of them, and I have to say that there is a data-based solution available in almost every industry. It just needs to be looked at and handled appropriately. So how we've done that is we run a quite tight ship in that sense. We are a group of about 10 specialists or 10 industrial experts that have access to our own external development team. And we usually sit together then with the knowledge of our clients. And in that kind of a hive mentality, we then come up with a solution together, working as a team. So that's how we do it. That's what we do. And now I guess it's over to James for a few questions. I think you're muted at the moment. Better.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much, Marco. So in terms of your target client base and typical benefits that they see, is it more on a production efficiency, or is it more on a cost savings that they're able to make through input costs and waste and speed to market? What typically do you find as being the overwhelming benefit that convinces someone like a CFO to invest in this technology?
I think it's actually a very interesting and ambiguous answer to that question, because what triggers the initial inquiry and what the actual result is are two different bottom line answers. So typically the trigger would be an inefficiency, or the trigger would be a place where savings could be made. Because that's a easy to measure thing. You can say, okay, if you can cut costs by 10% here, then that's a measurable result, and that's how it works. But the side effect typically of making things more efficient means that your output increases as well, or your quality gets better, and then the overall bottom line effect at the end of it typically tends to greatly outweigh the initial motivation to enable these kind of transformations.
So when someone comes to you, or if you reach out to a potential to a potential prospect, do you normally find that you have more success with a company that already has a particular pain point or challenge, or do you find that people see the long-term investment and sort of strategic payback over time just through making a good process great, rather than fixing a very specific problem or pain point that they may have that they need to fix urgently?
I think digital transformations as such, and they're taking place globally everywhere right now, should be goal driven. I think a general kind of approach of saying, hey, let's transform the entire business without a goal in mind can lead to, I think, inefficient transformation as such. It might take too long. It might not actually achieve what is needed of it. So yes, challenge-based approaches are much better. The catch-22 of this issue is typically that companies that do approach us, they say they have a challenge, but they don't know what it is, or they can't quite define it. So that's where we kind of try to define it with them, but there is a need of a challenge, definitely.
And that's usually because their data is so bad that they can't really tell where the benefit is going to come from, or...
Yeah, they say that they can theoretically see the advantage, or the advantage might be there, but they don't quite know how to get there, or what the advantage might be, or what exactly is there to be done. And that's where a bit of analysis is usually prudent.
So anything around AI and machine learning, certainly to anyone with a more sort of traditional manufacturing background. I mean, I myself I'm a procurement guy, but my background has always been in the manufacturing sector, in automotive and FMCG. This is a little bit sort of black magic to me. So could you maybe give a concrete case study of where you've gone in and solved a specific problem and driven a saving or a productivity benefit for a client, and how that, just tell us a story sort of end to end of how that came about?
I think I can. The problem with most of those stories is that I'm under quite strict NDAs of not really going into too much detail, but I can generalize and say one of the most interesting cases that we had was in an automotive company as well. So you might find it familiar as such. And it had to do with optimizing paint processes, or the painting process as such, and where we tried to invent algorithms that would find the best way to paint a new paint, basically, or implementing a new process based on previous experiments done with previous paints that actually don't apply directly to the new paint, but you have to kind of then start guessing. And typically engineers in adapting this would take, months, if not, months in cycles. I would say iterations range from 20 to 30 different iterations to get the adjustments right for a new paint. And for us, it now happens within 1 or 2. So that's the advantage of machines kind of learning from the entire knowledge base that is capable or that is applicable to them, whereas an engineer would have to look back at each and every time that was something painted and kind of segment their learning from there.
So it really just speeds up the time to a viable solution being able to be implemented in that specific example, which then obviously has a massive impact on equipment effectiveness and productivity, and also, I guess, material and labor costs too, right? Depending on the solution that you're referring to, but you could see all of those benefits all sort of coming together through what you're able to offer.
Yeah, and that exactly is the point. The first challenge was kind of optimizing new paints into the line, and it grew from there, because then you could actually start to see the data, you can start to see the results. And at the moment we're looking at implementing solutions where you can reduce scrap rate on series production by using the same kind of data, or make production lines more stable, predict failure rates, all kinds of fun and funky things that previously were unimaginable.
Okay, excellent. So if anyone wants to get hold of you, other than your exhibitor booth that you have for the rest of today, if anyone's not able to chat with you today, what's the best way that they can get in touch and learn a little bit more about what you do?
I think just send me an email. And then I'm pretty much, I always read most of my emails, even the ones in spam. Those are the most interesting ones. So yeah, just send me an email, marco@neurasium.com. I'm sure it's probably on the booth as well somewhere. So let's grab a virtual coffee. I'm always willing to talk.
Awesome. So Marco, thank you very much for presenting this live. I know it's always more difficult live than doing it pre-recorded. So respect to you for agreeing to do a live session. And yeah, thank you for joining me today. And good luck with the rest of the day. And hope you manage to get some new clients through your booth.
Yeah, cool. Looking forward to it. All right. It was great
you.
talking. Thank you so much. And talk to you guys soon.
Cheers.
Bye.
Okay, thank you, Marco. So we now have a little bit of a break for about 10 minutes, and then we're going to be jumping back into another live interview with All Device, and that will take place in 10 minutes time at 1/2 the hour. And then after that, we have the presentation. We have another interview straight after that with ABF, another exhibitor. And then after that, at 2 p.m., we have the presentation from our guys who are hosting this event, Marius and Tamil from Procurement Flow. So we're going to go offline for around 10 minutes, and we'll be back then to bring you the next live interview. Hey everyone, welcome back. So before we go to our last official presentation of the day at 2 p.m. from Procurement Flow, we have 2 live interviews now from 2 of our featured exhibitors. And yeah, the first one that we're going to go to is All Device.
Hello.
Hello, good afternoon, Jano.
Hello, James.
How are you doing?
Good, thanks. And how are you?
That looks like a very winter jumper that you're wearing. So
yeah, it is -6 here in Tallinn.
Oh, God, just the thought of it.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's jump right in. So I had a quick look at your website to look at what you're doing, and this sounds like a really innovative piece of kit that you have. So maybe you could just give us a quick introduction around who your target client base is and what sort of problem that you believe it solves for your customers, and also maybe to touch on how maybe it's different from running maintenance and scheduled and planned maintenance through an ERP system like SAP or Oracle, for example.
Okay. This is a piece of software that we have created here ourselves in Estonia. We sold it to one customer of ours. This was not our main job every day. As it became popular, then we started to sell it to other customer of ours, and then now we are also selling it abroad through our distribution channel. We have distributors in the Baltics, in Poland, and in Finland. This software, this CMMS, is actually stands for Computerized Maintenance Management System. So it's actually required for every company that has different kind of equipment that needs periodical attention. So it can be a weekly maintenance, monthly, quarterly, half year, yearly calibration, whatever it is you have to do from time to time.
So this is then for particular types of equipment where you would be scheduling in planned or regular preventative maintenance, as opposed to manufacturing companies that just work on a work to failure type of manufacturing model.
I wouldn't say that it's for particular equipment. So this is for anything that needs periodical attention. So it's starting from those things that you have in your production, in the production line, but you also need to know that you have to maintain your ventilation equipment at least once a year. So from ceiling up to roof, so everything that's in between, you have to take care of those. And this All Device is helping you to not to forget anything.
So it's really like a calendar scheduling system to encapsulate all of the different types of machinery and equipment that that anyone has in a factory or in a production plant, and to bring all of those dates where something needs to be checked or maintained or calibrated into one central source of truth, I guess, as you would say. So as if there is changeover in staff, or if there are various different maintenance technicians all sort of supplementing each other's workload, that each person can log into your system and see instantly what needs to be done on that particular day or week or month.
Exactly. Our system actually has 3 main goals. The first one is that it's a data bank. You can insert there this device, attach all the manuals, drawings, pictures, and everything. So it's one single source, secure source, where you can access your data. The second goal is that you can set intervals for those devices, and then this program sends you a reminder that you have to do something. Nothing is forgotten. And the third goal is that you can also enter the breakdowns. If there's a failure, you will enter those also in All Device. And when you have done it for a while, you can take out report of repairs, and you will be displayed all the goods that you have the most failures with. So what are the what causes you the headaches?
And what do you find? I mean, I guess if I think about this, knowing how some manufacturing companies operate, what's your biggest challenge? Is it just because you have Microsoft Excel as your biggest competitor, and some of the obvious flaws of using Excel? I mean, I can understand why what you would offer is more sophisticated than Excel, but change happens slowly often in manufacturing organizations. So is that your biggest challenge as opposed to direct competition?
When I started to sell it in Estonia more actively, something like 4 or 5 years ago, then a lot of companies, even in the food industry, didn't have anything. Excel was a good, strong word then.
Wow,
if someone had Excel, it was a great success. A lot of companies had folders in the back of this shell, and they took it out and see what was done and when it was done. But nowadays, the biggest challenge is, I think, to overcome this background of the word software itself, because at least here in the Baltics or in Estonia, we still feel that software means something very, very complicated and very, very expensive. But I can tell from our side that we have made it as simple as possible. Yeah, we have to go together with other companies and move forward and implement different kind of things in there and develop it. But we're still trying to keep it as simple as possible. So a lot of things in our software can be turned off if you don't need those things. We try to make it possible that all the fields that you don't need to fill in, you can easily just hide them. So we have to keep it as simple as possible. Only then people will really want to use it and will use it.
So I guess 3 things that come to mind when I think about doing plant maintenance in a traditional ERP system, and my experience is SAP, but there are a number of them out there. The 3 things that spring to mind are user experience or lack of, ease of implementation, and cost. So maybe you can walk us through those 3, because I assume what you're doing is cloud-based. So all 3 of those should be, I guess, more attractive than using a traditional ERP system to do this.
Yeah, we are offering this as a SaaS service, so you can rent it monthly. So the cost is comparing to SaaS, it's really, really low. We are also offering initial training. So we will train the staff. Actually, we are training 1 or 2 main persons who will be the administrators in this company. So we are training them. Training takes approximately 2 hours for the administrator. For the service engineer, that this training will be carried out in this company and by those administrators that we have trained. And this takes approximately 25 or 30 minutes maximum.
I was going to say, and there's no necessity for you to link this or have it communicate with the ERP system either. I guess it can if it needs to, but the beauty of any cloud-based software is that it's pretty much plug and play, isn't it?
Yes, and I have to say that we have made connections or integration with Evocon that was presented previously a couple of hours ago. So we have several companies already using All-Device and Evocon together. So the sum, not 1 + 1 not equals with 2, but it's with 3 or 4 even. So we have made several integrations. So All-Device, it is standalone, but through this API connection, it's available to integrate with other softwares as well. So bookkeeping, ERP, and so on.
Okay, and if you don't implement this or any similar type of solution, what is the risk as a production manager or as a maintenance manager? What are the risks out there that if you don't have this one single source of truth or overview of all of your checks and calibrations and preventative maintenance in one place?
If you don't have this system in use, there is a possibility that something is forgotten. We have a good example from oil terminal in Estonia that forgot to calibrate their big tanks where the fuel is kept in. And the control company came in, asked for a certificate, and they didn't have it. So simple as that.
And that was a fine, or that was something that they had to then retroactively go and request?
Can you rephrase the question, please?
What were the consequences of not having that?
They got a penalty for this.
Yeah, fine.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's unlike some solutions where there is a clear cost saving for doing something. If you implement X, then you will increase your efficiency by Y. This is more about preventing issues going forward. So it's more about potential avoided cost or potential unforeseen costs that aren't necessarily in your budget for a specific cost center or profit center of your business that could come and bite you on the backside if you don't have all of this data in one place.
Yeah, this is one point of view, but also carrying out those repairs through this old device. It also gives you a possibility to analyze the things that you repair every day. So
yeah.
When there's a failure, a breakdown, this means that your production is standing still. You are not producing. So it is not only the cost of the spare parts for repairing this device, but this cost of the repair is nothing comparing to the production that you didn't get during this breakdown. So this is the place where this program pays back really quickly.
And through having all of that data in place to be able to analyze how much downtime you've had on any specific machine, and that, I guess, through having that data, it may then encourage you to increase the level of scheduled maintenance on there to reduce the amount of downtime. Just as one example, yeah. I mean, data is
analyzing
powerful.
And analyzing those repairs, when you see that you have repairs too many. Maybe you should make those regular intervals shorter. You see that then you get rid of those repairs. Or if you do this when you don't have repairs at all, maybe you can make this a little bit longer, this period between two regular maintenance. So a lot of things you can evaluate when you have this data in one single source.
Exactly, and I assume that then you can export that data to Excel or to Google Sheets or any so as it can be looked at offline. Yeah,
sure.
Fantastic.
And we are not only for the companies that own the equipment. We are also suitable for the companies that are providing service for the other customers.
Right.
So as we have made it so, let's say, not done it from the equipment owner's point of view, but more in general. So it's possible to use it in different ways.
So it's very versatile in terms of its potential solutions and where it can be applied. Yeah, understood. So before we sign off, Jano, just if you can give a quick summary of how people can get hold of you if they're not able to visit your booth before the end of the day. What's the best place that they can reach you to learn more and find out more?
The best place is our website, www.alldevicesoft.com, and I would suggest everybody who is interested sign up for this online free demo. I will contact you. I will make you a demo considering the background of your company. So I'm not trying to sell you a sales boat when you need only a boat to go across the river to go to shopping. So according to your needs, I will show you the parts that is you need, and you will get you can answer the questions that you need to be answered.
That's a great point, actually, designed to cost, and it makes it a lot more attractive to the customer. Okay.
But actually, I would like to point out that every customer of ours gets this old device in full functions, and everybody can decide which functions they want to use, and this doesn't affect the price. Also, what doesn't affect the price is how many users you create. We don't set limits, so that's why we are unique from others. So we don't set any limits in this program.
So it's not a per user license model.
No.
Yeah. Okay.
No.
Okay, Jano, thank you very much. That's alldevicesoft.com if anyone wants to visit the website. Great to talk to you, Jano. Good luck and success for the rest of the day. And we will now have a very, very quick break and then jump to our next live interview.
All right. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, that was a very, very quick break. And we're back now with our next featured exhibitor, and that is ABF from Lithuania, who are going to tell us all about metal stamping? No, electrical engineering. And just, just bear with me 2 seconds, just jump from one interview. Die casting and CNC milling and machining. I do apologize. I'm just jumping between lots of different interviews today. So to do this, we're going to talk to Karolis from ABF. Karolis, welcome to ISTF and welcome to the live interview.
Hello, James.
Hi, how are you doing?
Yeah, all good. Sun is shining outside.
I just heard from Jano that it's -6 in Tallinn. I hope it's not as bad there.
It's -2 or something like that. It's all right.
That's almost tropical by comparison. Okay, so you guys are in the automotive industry, as I understand, predominantly, and you export quite a lot. I was just looking on your website. So just give us a very quick overview of your key product areas and industry sectors, and we can jump in from there.
Yeah, let me just try to share the screen just to see if it actually works.
Okay. Yes, we can. Yeah.
It's for everyone. Yeah. So yeah, basically, ABF LT, it's a family-owned company which was established in 2009. We currently have like 4,000 square meters of manufacturing premises, which we are actually expanding right now by another like 3,000. We currently have 50 employees, and working with the Swedish made monitor ERP system, which is used for controlling like purchasing, sales, accounting, and so on. We are also members of several industrial associations, Lithuanian ones though. Basically, we export to UK, Germany, and Scandinavia, and we do around 9% of our like turnover abroad. These customers, they work in railway business, in hydraulics, electronic makers, furniture companies. So the customer base is quite wide. As die castings, they can actually be applied to many different industries. So our main expertise is aluminium die casting, then CNC turning and milling. We can also offer a little bit of welding, then do assembling with packing, and robotic grinding and polishing. At the moment, we've got 3 die casting machines which are automated, not like hand operated, and we can do a part that can weigh up to 12 kilograms. But as I said, we are expanding our premises, and we've got another 5 machines in our park which we need to just start up. And in CNC department, we've got 24 machines in total, and we work with various materials like aluminium, alloys, stainless and carbon steels, as well as plastics. And we also recently invested in a rotary transfer machines, which are used for like really high quantity machining, so from 20,000 up to 3 million, but they also need to be set up somewhere in our premises. These are the samples of our productions that we did for our customers. They include LED heat sinks, for lighting, then train suspension components, automotive parts, vacuum pump nozzles, sofa legs, and like door components, and so many on. As we are subcontractors, we cover a lot of operations and stuff. For quality, we've got ISO 9001 certification, as well as coordinate measuring machines, but that's standard. And we can basically, like, our exclusiveness is that we can offer like prompt service and short delivery times to our customers in both Scandinavia and Western Europe. The supply chain solution, as I said, we can go from die castings, then we can do machining, surface treatment either on site or together with our subcontractors like partners locally, do the quality control and send it over. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
So you said, I think 90%, did you say, is exported? So your key markets are Scandinavia, Germany, and the UK.
Yeah.
Are you looking to expand that and to move into any other European markets if there are any buyers out there watching this that are interested in purchasing those types of products?
Yes, of course. We're looking at like the Netherlands, Belgium, maybe even France for new business. But we are very open, like for subcontracting inquiries throughout Europe.
And in terms of industry sectors, are there any specifically that you're focusing on outside of the ones that you mentioned, or is that a fairly sort of narrow focus that you want to continue to specialize?
No. Well, die casting is very open-minded business. You know, you can find die casting components in daily life. For example, like the phone cases, they also include like either aluminum or magnesium die castings. Then a lot of like kitchen equipment, they've got casted components. We also work with Swiss company, and we do components for railway, which is used like in the passenger trains interior design. Yeah, we do clamping for various like atomic clamps for metro stations, you know. So it's quite a broad.
And you said you're expanding your factory at the moment.
Yes, we are. Yeah.
So
just building a new building. Yeah.
Okay, excellent. So what are your plans for growth in terms of sales turnover or employees? Where are you at now, and where do you hope to get to?
Well, at the moment, as I said, we've got 50 employees, but we will definitely need more than that because we are working on 2 shifts at the moment, with a potential 3rd shift when needed. But after setting up 5 more die casting machines, we will definitely increase our capacities so we can take on new projects. That's why, you know, the owners they invested into the additional machines.
Fantastic. Well, it sounds like you're growing quickly, and you need some new customers to fill that capacity. So I hope very much that you have success with your booth today, and that you have lots of interesting inquiries come through this. If there's anything that you would like to say to anyone watching before we close out, for example, after this event, where is the best place that people can find you or get in touch with you? Just leave us a few closing remarks before we move on to the next section of today.
Well, basically, you can find our services and contact details on our website. It's www.abflt.com. Yeah.
That's great. Karolis, thank you very much for joining me and having an interview and presenting your company to us, and wishing you success for the rest of the day. Thank you.
Good luck.
Okay, that was Karolis from ABF in Lithuania. If you need any die castings or any other associated parts, CNC milling and turning that they also do, then get in touch with Karolis. And now we have just about 5 minutes until our next keynote presentation, which is actually from our hosts, Procurement Flow, where we're going to be talking with Marius and Tarmo about a couple of new features that they've added to their software, as well as also a general overview of what Procurement Flow does and who it's aimed at in terms of their target customer. So if you are a buyer, especially if you're a buyer for an industrial manufacturing company and you're spinning a lot of plates, trying to deal with a never-ending email inbox of requests and delivery issues and supplier communication, and you wish that you could put all of that into one centralized space to reduce your dependence on having to go through hundreds of emails each day and effectively manage your projects, then I'm sure you're going to be very, very interested to hear about Procurement Flow, because it's a great productivity tool to help the average buyer in a small to medium-sized business to really get to grips with their task list without having to live out of their email inbox, and also to manage stakeholder and supplier communication. So we're going to drop offline for just under 5 minutes, and we will be back on the hour at 2 p.m. with Procurement Flow's presentation. Welcome back. And now we're going to jump to our final presentation of the day, and that is with none other than the hosts of ISTF, the gentleman behind Procurement Flow. As I mentioned earlier on, just before we went to the interlude, Procurement Flow is procurement software aimed at small and medium-sized businesses, especially in the industrial manufacturing sector, that really brings everything together in terms of project and one-time buys into a Kanban board, essentially, for requisitioning, and also has a really neat RFID feature to be able to get specifics from potential suppliers if you need to get intelligence and information from suppliers quickly in one space without having to use email and Excel. And also they're going to talk about a brand new feature called Supply Base, which is a really exciting feature actually, because it enables you to do a lot of supplier scouting and scraping for potential vendors, which would have previously been a very big time suck in terms of, you know, trying to find suppliers out there that can specifically do something in terms of a good or a service that you're looking to buy. So it really takes a lot of the legwork and non-value added time out of having to try and Google finding lots of different suppliers. I mean, as we mentioned earlier, one thing that industrial manufacturers are historically not particularly good at is optimizing their websites for the right keywords so as they can be discovered in Google, which is one of the reasons why we're all here today, so as buyers can find suppliers and suppliers can find appropriate customers for their products. So Tarmo, are you there? Yes, you are. Hi.
Hey, James. Nice to see you again.
Awesome. So thank you for joining me. So how are we going to do this? Are we going to run the video first and then we'll jump in to talk a little bit more about Supply Base, or do you want to say a few words before we run the video?
Yeah, I mean, maybe a few words. I mean, it has been really busy day. I mean, on our end at least, and also I think on your plate, James. So we also see, I mean, a lot of data coming to our data servers. I mean, so there is also busy in terms of visitors, obviously. So that's something that is that makes us very happy. And this last 3 weeks, or actually 4 weeks of pretty extensive stuff it's been paying off. And as said also earlier, then I mean, why not to if we have now done it once, then I mean, why not to do it twice as well? I mean, at some point. And maybe in some other countries or same countries include something. So let's see. But I mean, as you said, I mean, the procurement flow is it's an industrial procurement software. It allows, I mean, it's kind of a one-trick pony. It doesn't make everything, but I mean, what it makes good. So one is requisition management. So different ways to collect requisitions, which otherwise would maybe fall between the cracks. To one single Kanban board, which gives you a nice work management and a nice overview, and then it's e-sourcing, and meaning that you can contact your vendors, ask prices, see comparison, pretty standard stuff. But I mean, again, like the quickness of the tool, and that's the main thing. But then we have always felt that there is something has been missing, and then something what has become now even more important is a discoverability, finding new suppliers, as you said. Also, I mean, supplier scouting, and that's the reason why we started to build a supplier base, which is basically pretty much our ambitions is to connect, I mean, all the subcontractors across Europe into that platform, and meaning that all the buyers from Europe or even outside of Europe can find the match. I mean, and the trick in that is that how to, as we know, I mean, in their homepage, I mean, there are these keywords that help you to navigate your search in the database, and then there is something like, I mean, tags, etc., that need to be set for every subcontractor so that they would be also rightly discoverable. So this is something that we currently work on, and kind of our idea was to launch it, and then launch it in a form of the trade fair, which is now happening today. So kind of putting these two things together, because trade fair, supplier discoverability, supplier base, I mean, for us, this all makes sense. And maybe we can play a small video here, which kind of should be a bit of funny, but I mean, kind of illustrates the pain what these buyers are feeling. So if we can get the video here, then that would be great. I think we will getting it here in a sec. All right, so that's kind of should illustrate the pain that I mean. Actually, it's a pretty damn difficult job. I mean, to to Google and find a good match, and then also to contact them, because there might be that the exact contact is not really seen. I mean, you need to go through the info email, and then this is maybe not the one really forwarded to sales or etc. I mean, I know. I mean, I've been doing that job personally, so I think. I think one of my biggest sourcing events back on my sourcing days was like 140 sheet metal suppliers that I contacted. I sent out like, well, this pretty much cold email. The open rate and bounce rate and then everything came to play that back then I didn't knew that. But yeah, I mean, yeah, didn't get too many responses. They needed to call everyone, ask that, I mean, have you received an email that was somewhere lost? So it's also pretty difficult on the buyer side. I mean, and subcontractors for sure. I mean, they want to make business. Buyers, they want to also make business. They want to find new connections. But I mean, it's not perfectly matched in a way that it is in a current world. So that's why this kind of a B2B marketplace type of thing, I think it's a pretty awesome.
Yeah, and you touched on a few problems there. I mean, the first one is that you may not necessarily be able to find all of the suppliers in Google because the websites are not optimized for the words that you're searching for. So that's the first issue, I guess. The second issue is if you do find them, then oftentimes the email address that is on the website is just the info or sales at email that often just falls into a black hole or just goes to the receptionist or the office admin assistant, and you never hear anything from them again. And then the third thing is often if the website is literally just a one-page website with an index or with a few pictures on it, you don't possibly know if your specification can be produced by that supplier. So, you know, it's almost crazy when you think about it, isn't it? Because I mean, we're wanting to buy something. You know, if we're sending out cold emails trying to sell something, that's kind of a different proposition entirely. And, you know, myself as a consultant sending out emails and direct messages through LinkedIn and through email trying to get new clients is one thing. But if you're trying to buy something, it's crazy that it's so difficult to get responses. So what does supplier base then do to fix some or all of these problems to make a buyer's life that little bit easier?
Yeah, that's a very good question. I mean, I think one thing is it gives you like a extension to your current supplier base that you already know and that you work and which are in your master data, meaning that if you start doing an RFQ, then instead of just deciding, I mean, who to send it, I mean, among your suppliers, you will have a selection of picking suppliers by category, by tag, also from the supplier base. So you can like extend the scope of suppliers included to the RFQ, and for sure, I mean, these emails that will be sent out nowadays, even to these new suppliers, they will reach because they are confirmed. These are the emails that they expect to get sales with, and there are also notifications, etc., sent. So there is for sure, I mean, a good open rate, and for sure a good rate of getting responses. So
so it takes out the problem then that you don't have to look for suppliers in Google because your tool will automatically have those in the database, and through the back end technology, you've somehow, I guess, been able to tag them according to the industry sector.
Yeah.
Walk us through.
Yeah, exactly. There is this industry sector, and then there is like the tags. I mean, what they're actually doing. I mean, are they doing welding? Are they doing sheet metal? They're doing a CNC machining. They're doing, I mean, so different things that need to be put in place for each and every supplier. And this is something that we currently work in to get it properly labeled, tagged, and that's that's the thing, right?
So we're targeting the right industry sector through the back end web development, that you've done in your internal database to be able to get to the right suppliers. So we've got the right potential suppliers that we need to send the inquiry to. How do you then know that it's going to the right contact person or email address? Can you walk us through that part a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I mean, every subcontractor, I mean, they are validated, right? I mean, they are the ones, I mean, who will kind of fine tune and fill their information. I mean, how they want to be presented. I mean, and also there is important part that they need to confirm. I mean, their primary email where they want to get inquiries. That's the one thing. A second part of the supplier base would be also that. First was that you were able to find, I mean, search, I mean, amongst the supplier base and find the suppliers. The second option will be that actually, if you have something that you need to procure, you're able to put that up, that either item or service into the market, and then I mean, suppliers, they will, if they find it interesting, they can click the button that, hey, they're interested, they would like to quote, and then you as a buyer, you decide. I mean, if you let it, I mean, to everyone who's interested, or you make a selection. So like you're able to list your need into the market. You're able to put it out, right? So this is like the two different options.
And what are you able to do to ensure that database of suppliers remains valid? Because while it may be now, if it's a brand new feature, how do you maintain relevance in 1 or 2 years' time when good suppliers go bad and bad suppliers go bankrupt, as they say?
Yeah, exactly. So this is something that is it's challenging. I mean, one thing is, of course, I mean, there's always possibility for new suppliers to add their data to the database. We will actually, I mean, we will make it even easier. I mean, the suppliers are already added, so they just need to validate if the stuff is correct or not. So we will do it by using our tools. But yeah, I mean, the one thing is that there will be, let's say, regular notifications sent out that, I mean, that hey, please check, I mean, if everything is still correct. I mean, do you want to make corrections? So I think that's the only way. I mean, if there is that they ensure, suppliers or subcontractors ensure that the data they have put in, it's still valid, and we make sure that we notify them to do the cleanup. Of course, I mean, later on we can also start thinking about doing some machine learning and doing some AI stuff that in order to find out, I mean, if the supplier has been mentioned, a subcontractor has been mentioned in the news, if there has been any cases, if we receive that there is somebody has been merged with another supplier, etc. I mean, all this kind of stuff as information we can also add. But at first it will be very much on the subcontractors to validate their data. But we will make it easy. So everything is preset, so they just need to go through. So it shouldn't take more than a few minutes to put up their information.
So aside from supplier base, maybe walk us through some of the original features of procurement flow, and if we put ourselves in the shoes of maybe a single buyer or maybe a very small procurement team in a mid-sized business that's doing a lot of one-time or project purchases, other than obviously taking all of that communication outside of their Outlook inbox and into a more centralized space, what are the other advantages of having all of this in a centralized sort of Kanban board digitally to enable all of that data and process flow to stay in one place.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I think one of the great benefits, I mean, why these Kanban boards are used is because of the visualization of the statuses. You really easily understand, I mean, where the things are, which is already late. I mean, which are the things that I haven't really worked with, and which are doing great. And the same, because the buyer is never working alone. Buyer is not the one deciding what they need to buy today, right? I mean, there is always a requester who has a request for something, and buyer actually is fulfilling that request. Also for the requesters, the same overview about where is my stuff. I mean, I requested this, I don't know, new development. I mean, I loaded in the bill of material with 200 items over the weekend. I'm really stressed. I mean, and now on Monday, okay, I'm still stressed, but on Tuesday, I would like to know, I mean, has that progressed? I mean, how is it, I mean, going? And then I can see by item, I mean, okay, these things are already, I mean, done. I mean, there is a sourcing event ongoing. These things nobody has touched, so I can raise an arm and ask that, hey, I mean, is it going out soon, or etc. So kind of this visual overview, I think this is something that we maybe even ourselves do not emphasize too often, but I think that's a great, because this is really the problem. I mean, if you go to the ERP, if you go to some really table-based system, then I mean, it's pretty difficult to understand, I mean, where things are, right? And we need to go through a different reports, put them together, and then come into the conclusion. So that's the thing. But another part is, I think it's really the simplicity of the tool. I mean, that requests can come in, I mean, by email or through the requested portal. Everything is already set. I mean, requesters will be recognized. I mean, so a lot of the background work is already done. So yeah, so it's a great kind of add-on to your ERPs if you're doing a lot of project-based stuff, because most probably if it's a project-based, then it doesn't start from the ERP, but it starts from somewhere else. At some point, it goes to the ERP when it's time, for example, sending a PO out or approving the invoice. But I mean, everything before that, I mean, the communication with suppliers, it's happening somewhere else. So typically in personal mailboxes.
And also, earlier involvement of the procurement team can be a good
right.
sort of side outcome of this as well, because if stakeholders are able to post all of their requirements into one centralized board rather than sending emails to the individual buyers, that should theoretically, if habits grow and that becomes the normal, you would assume that it should facilitate earlier procurement involvement into projects, which, as we both know, having been on the buying side and dealing with, you know, stakeholders for CapEx and project-based procurement, that, you know, often the first that we hear about it is when they put a quote on our desk and say, can you negotiate me 10% off this because we need to order it tomorrow? So, okay, well, if I can't do it and get other quotes in, then okay, I'll just bring out my magic wand and and do what I can.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's this early involvement. This is something that is, I mean, it's talked a lot, but then my answer always to this is that, I mean, well, okay, it's important to you, but I mean, how do you actually do it? I mean, how procurement is actually involved earlier. I mean, it's nice to talk around, but it really starts from the basic, then involving procurement already in the R&D phase, and that's something that some of the customers of ours are using, that the procurement and R&D is the one as an initiator. Procurement is already involved, and preliminary quotes can be asked from suppliers, I mean, in a very, very early phase.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. I think it's much more common in highly complex sourcing processes. I'm thinking especially things like pharma, because there is so many regulatory environments. So procurement obviously then have to be involved earlier to be in touch with the potential supply base. But yeah, in medium-sized enterprises, in more traditional manufacturing industries, I think you know and I know that typically early procurement involvement is not really well established. So yeah, I mean, I think that is a big, certainly for me, if I was looking to buy something like this, I would see this as a big a cost avoidance opportunity through getting early involvement. It enables you then to have a much better grasp of bringing something in on budget or under budget, rather than being involved at the 11th hour when someone says, "Can you negotiate me a discount on this quote that I've already agreed with the supplier?" So, okay.
Yeah, exactly. No, it's yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, well, we are both, I mean, have been procurement practitioners. I mean, we know, I mean, the pain points in that world, and hopefully now we're also able to bring out some solutions here, right?
So walk us through a little bit about your pricing structure, because I know over the round about the summer you introduced a special package for a sole user. So if if we're looking at very small companies that maybe only have one person that does all of the buying, it obviously then at a price point perspective makes it much more affordable than some of the other supplier scouting or project management or source to pay tools that are out there in the marketplace. So maybe if we just close out talking a little bit about that, then if you can tell anyone that's watching what they need to do as the next step if they would maybe like to get a demo of the product.
No, it's a good. Yeah, I mean, we start from the beginning. Then, I mean, yeah, it was a summer. We introduced a really small pack, like one person, and with all of our packages, actually, I mean, all the features are available independent from the size. I mean, is it the one single user or there are 10 users? So all the features are available, and it's starting from one. It's 99 euros, but you will get, I mean, requisition management. You get the e-sourcing. You get the supplier relationship management, and a very nice visual overview about their tasks. So pretty extensive feature set for that value, because yeah, I mean, it's I mean, we've always been kind of trying to put our prices based on the procurement team. I mean, how big are the actual users using it to make fulfill procurement tasks? So if there are like 10,000 suppliers and 1,000 requesters, then according to our price policy, but just a single poor buyer who needs to handle it, then according to our pricing policy, it's still 99 euros, right? So yeah, that's one side of it, and another side of it is yeah, I think, I mean, is a feature set that you will get, and also all the updates that we make, because we are kind of releasing currently in a pretty good pace, like one major feature at a month. So now the supplier base might has been taking a bit time, but that's also a lot of data involvement, and we have been launching it together with Tradeware, and actually the platform of the Tradeware we also built ourselves. So yeah, that's about it. So was there anything else, James? It has been a long day here. I start to forget the questions you asked.
Yeah, if anyone wants to arrange a demo, what's
right. So yeah, I mean, easiest way is procurementflow.com. There is a button to get the demo. Actually get your account. We will set up account, send you the details, and then you can decide if you want to have a demo call or not. I mean, our tool is actually built so that it's once you have account, you can start using it, and it should it's a pretty simple. So it doesn't necessarily need to have a special demo, but we are here, I mean, also to make a demo and showcase. So but easiest way, procurementflow.com. Sign up, and then we will take it from there.
Fantastic. And final question, what are your plans for 2021, apart from, I guess, tonight having lots of beers and then an early night after arranging this this event today? What do you have in store going into next year in terms of expansion or maybe additional features?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think the main thing is really because the supplier base is currently still on a beta for us. So it's really to launch it live and get these 14,000 subcontractors into the system. We really want to grow that aggressively. That's, I think, one of the major things. But I mean, yeah, I mean, there is different things. I mean, there is always we need to listen. I mean, what the customers ask us. So there is a bit of a need now currently for the very simple way to run e-auctions. So we are considering that to put it into the development plan. But we also know that, I mean, the space we are at, industrial manufacturing, bespoke manufacturing, engineering to order manufacturing. I mean, there actually the e-auction is not really suitable for most of the stuff. So if you are buying like a drawing-based item, then the e-auction might not be ideal. So that's why we haven't really focused on it. But for some, I mean, because typically there is a drawing-based stuff, but then there are also some bulk items, and for bulk, of course, the e-auction would be a good idea. So yeah, but main thing for now is focusing on supplier base, launching that one, and then taking on the next developments, bringing up a bit of AI into the system, and then or a bit more of AI, and then yeah, these are the current plans. But why not to also do a couple of other trade fair events, because it's the system is set, and let's say stage is set, and now we need to think. I mean, what kind of because that's a great way also to get the subcontractors into the supplier base. I mean, they can already start making business relations, but on that end, we are also able to validate and ask if they're interested to participate on supplier base and all that. So kind of having these two eggs in one basket. So it kind of makes sense for us as well to continue with that.
That's fantastic. So I agree. It would be, if you know, from this event, after all the work that's gone into it, it would really be a shame if we can't replicate it and do it for another region as well. I think it would be a great opportunity to bring buyers and suppliers together, maybe going into early next year. So
yeah.
I think
Algeria, here we go.
So that's all from us. Thank you for watching. This is the final scheduled interview. If there are any of our featured exhibitors out there that would like to jump onto a live interview for the last hour of the trade fair, then please just reach out to myself or Tarmo, and we can set something up quickly and spontaneously over the next hour, just to squeeze in maybe the last one or two. If not, then the platform will be open until, is it 4 o'clock Central European time, Tarmo?
Yeah, actually, I mean, the platform will remain open till midnight, I think.
Okay.
So we will not close it. So I mean, because there is still traffic coming in also from US, because we have a pretty nice customer or buyer space also in US. So they're waking up, and we see the traffic coming in from that region. So yeah, so we will not close it for now.
Fantastic. Okay, thank you very much, Tarmo. Huge thank you for putting this on, and pleasure to be part of it, and wish you all the success with the next one if we do another one together. And yeah, great talking to you.
All right, thanks, James. Great.
Okay, guys, that concludes, as we said, our scheduled interviews for the day. If any featured exhibitors would like to jump on an interview, please just reach out. We do have another hour where all of us are going to be live if you'd like us to squeeze that in. If not, then we will close down this channel and go offline for now until the end of the day, now that concludes all of our scheduled presentations and interviews. So it's all that's really left for me to say is thank you to all of our exhibitors, to all of our sponsors, and to all of the buyers and attendees that have entered into ISTF and come around to say hello and do a little bit of a browse through the different platforms and different exhibitors that we have out there. As Tarmo mentioned, the platform will be available and open until midnight Central European time, but do bear in mind now that it's 2:30 in the afternoon Central European time, so our exhibitors are realistically probably going to only be available for another couple of hours before they sign off at the end of the day. So if any of you are logging in the morning from North America and you've just joined us, first of all, welcome, and secondly, utilize the most of the time now for the next hour and a half to make sure that if you do find any interesting exhibitors, that you're able to make actual face-to-face contact with them if they have the video call option enabled within their platform, within their booth. So huge thank you to everyone for joining. It was a pleasure to host and moderate this event. Look after yourselves, stay safe wherever you are. And if I don't get the opportunity beforehand, I wish you a very Merry Christmas and a prosperous and successful 2021. And let's face it, it can't be much worse than 2020. So here's to a great 2021 and a relaxing and peaceful Christmas period. Thank you.